Chapter 1. When you watch fish through a layer of water, which prevents all contact between them and you see that they remain absolutely still for a long time, for no reason, and then, with a twitch of their fins, they dart away so that they can do nothing again somewhere else, except more waiting. It was in the same state of stillness, and as if for no reason too, that the last number 13 Bastille Créteil tram, lit up by its yellow lights, rumbled along the side of Carriere's wharf. It looked as if it was going to stop at a side road just by a streetlight, but the conductor yanked the bell pull, and the vehicle clanked off towards Charenton. In its wake, the wharf was left empty and stagnant, like a drowned landscape. To the right, barges rocked on the canal under the moon. A trickle of water escaped through a badly closed sluice. It was the only sound under a sky which was more tranquil and deeper than a lake. Two bars were still lit up, and they faced each other, each one on a street corner. In one, 5 men were playing cards, slowly, not speaking. 3 were wearing sailors' or river pilots' caps, and the landlord, who was sitting with them, was in shirt sleeves. In the other bar, no one was playing cards. There were just 3 men inside. They were sitting around a table, staring dreamily at small glasses of cheap brandy. The light was gray and smelled of sleep. From time to time, the black-mustached landlord, who was wearing a blue pullover, yawned before reaching for his glass with one hand. Sitting opposite him was a short man, overrun by thick, flaxen hair. Like dry hay, he was either brooding or befuddled, or perhaps drunk. His rheumy eyes looked as though they were swimming through troubled waters, and at intervals he would nod his head as if agreeing with his inner monologue while the man next to him, also a canal man, set his gaze free to wander outside, in the dark. Time fled soundlessly. There was not even the tick of a clock. Next to the bar was a row of small, poky houses, each with a garden round it, but all their lights were out. Then at number 8 came a detached house on 6 floors, already old and smoke-blackened, too narrow for its height. On the first floor, a few gleams filtered through Venetian blinds. On the second, where there were no shutters, a crude blind made a rectangle of light. Finally, directly opposite, on the canal bank, a heap of stones, sand, a crane, a number of empty carts, yet music pulsated through the air. It was coming from somewhere. It had to be found. Its source was further along than number 8, set back from the road. A wooden shed with a sign saying dance hall. No one was dancing. In fact, the only person there was the fat woman who owned it. She was reading a newspaper and got up at intervals to feed a 5-sou coin into the mechanical piano. Sooner or later, somebody or something was bound to make a stir. It turned out to be the very hairy bargee from the bar on the right-hand side. He got to his feet unsteadily, stared at his empty glasses, and did the calculation in his head while he searched through his pockets. When he had counted out the right money, he laid it on the smooth top of the wooden table, touched the peak of his cap, and set a wavering course for the door. The other 2 men looked at each other, The landlord winked. The fingers of the old man dithered uncertainly in thin air before settling on the door handle, and he swayed as he turned to shut the door behind him. His footsteps were as audible as if the pavement had been hollow. The sound was irregular. He took 3 or 4 paces, then stopped. He was either hesitating or concentrating on staying upright. When he reached the canal, he collided with the metal railing which clanged, started down the stone steps, and found himself on the unloading wharf. The outlines of boats were clearly picked out by the moon. Their names were as easy to read as in broad daylight. The nearest barge, which was separated from the quayside by a plank which served as a gangway, was called the Golden Fleece. There were other boats behind it, both to the left and right, and they were at least 5 rows deep, some with holds open near a crane, waiting to be unloaded, others with their prows nudging the gates of the lock through which they would pass at first light, and lastly those hulks which are always to be seen, God knows why, loitering in and around canal ports, apparently having outlived their usefulness. The old man, all alone in this motionless universe, hiccuped and stepped onto the plank, which bent under him. When he got to the middle, it occurred to him to turn round, perhaps for a sight of the windows of the bar. He managed the first part of the action, swayed, straightened his back, and found himself in the water, hanging on to the plank with one hand. He had not cried out. He hadn't even gasped. There had been only a faint splash, which was already fading, for the man was barely moving. His forehead was furrowed as if something was forcing him to think. He braced his arms to haul himself up onto the plank. He failed, tried again, eyes staring, breathing heavily. On the quayside, pressed close against the stone wall, 2 lovers listened, motionless, holding their breath. A car horn sounded in Charenton. All of a sudden, there was a howl, an extraordinary wail, which tore through the all-enveloping calm. It was the old man in the water who was straining his throat in panic. He was no longer making any attempt to think. He was struggling like a madman, kicking out with his legs, making the water boil. Then other sounds were heard round about. There was a stir on board a barge. Elsewhere, the voice of a still, half-sleeping woman spoke, "Aren't you going to see what that is?" Doors opened higher up, on the quayside. The doors of both bars. The couple under the wall moved apart, and the man said under his breath, "Quick, go home." He took a few steps, hesitated, and then called out, "Where?" He heard the cry. It came again. Other voices came nearer, and people leaned over the railing. "What's happened?" The young man broke into a run and answered, "I don't know yet. It's that way, in the water." His girlfriend remained where she was, her hands clasped together, not daring to advance or retreat. "I can see him. Come quick." As the shouts grew feebler, they turned into desperate gurgles. The young man could make out hands clinging to the plank and a head sticking out of the water, but he had no idea what to do. He waited, with his face turned towards the steps that led down to the wharf, and kept repeating, "Come quick," a voice said tonelessly. "It's Gacine." 7 men now arrived, the 5 drinkers from one bar and 2 from the other. "Come nearer. You take one arm, and I'll get the other. Go careful on the plank." It sagged beneath their weight. From a hatch on the barge, a female figure all in white, with fair hair, started to emerge. "Have you got him?" The old man was no longer shouting. He hadn't passed out. He was staring straight in front of him, uncomprehendingly, making no attempt to help his rescuers. They hauled him up out of the water by stages. He was so limp that he had to be dragged onto the wharf. The figure in white walked across the gangplank. She was young, wearing a long nightdress, with nothing on her feet, and the moonlight, which lit her from behind, picked out the lines of her naked body under the cotton. Only she still stared down at the water, which was becoming calm again. And then it was her turn to scream as she pointed at something as hazy and pallid as a jellyfish. Two of the men who were tending the boatman turned to look, and when they too saw the milky patch on the black water, they felt the same chill run up and down their spine. "Over there, there's a—" They all looked, forgetting the boatman, who lay flat out on the stones of the wharf, which was crisscrossed by water runaways. "Bring us a boat hook." It was the girl who fetched one from the deck of the barge and handed it to them. It was no longer the same, neither the atmosphere, nor even the temperature of the night air. It felt suddenly colder, with pulses of warm air. "Have you got him?" The iron tip of the boat hook moved through the water, prodding the shapeless mass in an attempt to hook it. One man lying flat on his stomach on the plank was stretching with one hand, trying to get hold of the clothes on the body. And in the night, on the barges, there was a stir. People were there, standing, waiting, and not speaking. "Got him." "Pull him in. Gently now." On the wharf, water was draining out of the old boatman as out of a sponge, while the body of a drowned man, bigger, heavier, more deeply inert, was being hauled up. From a tug some way off came a voice which asked simply, "Dead?" The girl in the nightdress watched, while the men lay the body down on the wharf, a meter from the first one. She did not seem to understand. Her lips trembled as though she were about to burst into tears. "Good God, it's Mimile. Ducrow." Men who were upright stood over men who were prone, but none knew which way to look. They were shaken, shocked. They wanted to do something, and they all looked scared. "We should straight away." "Yes, I'll go." One of them ran off towards the lock. They heard him knock with both hands on the lockkeeper's door and shout, "Quick, get your first aid box." "It's Emile Ducrow." "Emile Ducrow. Emile Ducrow. Mimile." The words were spoken, repeated from barge to barge. People clambered over rudders and gangplanks, while the landlord of the bar kept raising and lowering the arm of the drowned corpse. The old man was forgotten. No one even noticed that he had sat up, obscured by the legs which hemmed him in, and was looking around him in a daze. The lockkeeper arrived at a run. A man scurried down the stone steps just ahead of a policeman. A window opened on the second floor of the tall house, and a woman leaned out, colored pink by a rose-colored silk lampshade. "Is he dead?" people whispered. No one knew. They could not know. The lockkeeper set up his respirator. They could hear the regular pulsing of the pump. In the midst of the confusion, the half-formed words, the muttered orders, the sound of soles crunching on gravel. The boatman half propped himself up on his hands, slumped and collided with a man standing next to him, who helped him to his feet. It was all insubstantial and blurred, muffled, distorted. As if it was all happening underwater, the old man, who was just managing to stay upright, stared down at the other body as if he were dreaming it all. He panted, still drunk, his breath reeking more strongly of alcohol than ever. He tried to grab me down there. Seeing him standing up and, even more, hearing him speak was as strange as if he had been a ghost. He gazed at the body, the artificial respirator, and the water, especially the water just under the gangplank. The swine wouldn't let go of me. They listened but didn't believe him. The girl in white tried to put a scarf around his neck, but he pushed her away and stayed rooted to the same spot, ruminating, suspicious, as if he had come up against a superhuman problem. It came up from the bottom, he muttered to himself. Something grabbed my legs. I gave it a good kicking, but the more I kicked, the more it wrapped itself around me. One of the boatmen's wives brought a bottle of brandy, poured a glass, and held it out to the old man, who spilled more than half of it, for he couldn't take his eyes off the body and went rambling on. "What exactly happened here?" asked the policeman. But the old man just shrugged his shoulders and continued his one-track monologue, more quietly, in the thickets of his beard. Apart from those who were working the pump, people hung around in groups on the wharf. They were waiting for the doctor. "Go back to bed," someone said to his wife. "Will you come and tell me if—" No one had noticed the old man purloined the brandy, which had been left on a block of dressed stone. He was now sitting by himself, with his back against the wall of the quay, drinking from the bottle and thinking such bitter thoughts that his face was screwed up tight. From where he sat, he could see the drowned man. It was at him that his grumbling was directed, for he was blaming him for something. He swore at him. He accused him of dark deeds, and from time to time even challenged him to come back and square up. The girl in the nightdress tried to take the bottle away from him, but all he said was, "Go to bed. You—" He pushed her away, for she was preventing him from seeing the man who had been rescued. They were about the same height, but the other man was broader, bulkier, with an enormously thick neck and a square-shaped head covered with a mass of hair. There was the sound of a car engine. People turned to look at the shadowy figures which emerged from it up on the quay and then came down the stone steps. There were policemen and a doctor. Even before they knew what had happened, the police were telling the onlookers to move back. The doctor put his bag down on a concrete block. An inspector in plain clothes who had been talking to bystanders turned his attention to the old man, who had been pointed out to him. But it was too late to question him. He had emptied half the brandy bottle and was glaring suspiciously at everyone. "Is he your father?" the inspector asked the girl in the nightdress. She didn't seem to understand. Too many things were going on at the same time. The landlord of the bar stepped in and said, "Gassan was already pretty drunk. He must have slipped off the gangplank. And the other man," the doctor was undressing the other man. "Emile Ducrot, the one who owns tugs and quarries. He lives over there." He motioned to the tall house. The Venetian blinds on the first floor were still leaking thin streams of light, and the windows on the second still showed pink. On the second floor, Bystanders explained hesitantly. "First," said one. Another added mysteriously, "On the second, too? I mean, he's got somebody on the second floor?" "You mean he's been playing house with somebody else?" High above them, the window of the pink room shut, and the blind came down. "Anyone told the family?" "No, we were waiting to know what was happening." "Go and put some stockings on," one boatman said to his wife, "and fetch me my cap." And so, from time to time, figures were observed moving from one boat to the next. Through hatches and portholes, oil lamps could be seen, and even framed photographs were visible hanging on pine walls. The doctor said in the inspector's ear, "You'd better call the chief." This man was knifed before being thrown into the water. Is he dead? It was as if the drowned man had been waiting for just that question to open his eyes and, with a gasp, cough up water. He was seeing everything at an angle because he was lying on his back, so that his horizon was the star-studded sky. From where he was, the people round him rose giant-like into the heavens, legs resembling interminable columns. He said nothing. Perhaps he was not yet thinking anything. He looked with eyes that were slow and flinty, but gradually they relaxed and became less fixed. His gasp must have been audible, for everyone started forward at the same instant, and suddenly the policeman imposed the usual official order on proceedings. That is that they formed into a line, held back the crowd, and let through only those who needed to be there. The man on the ground saw the space around him empty, and then a lot of police uniforms and silver-braided police headgear. He continued dribbling grayish water, which ran over his chin down onto his chest, while his arms were being continuously pumped. They were his arms. He watched their movements out of curiosity and frowned when someone at the back of the crowd said, "Is he dead?" Old Gasson got to his feet without relaxing his hold on the bottle. He took 3 faltering steps, parked himself between the rescued man's legs, and spoke to him. His speech so thick and his tongue so clotted that no one understood a single word. But Ducrow saw him. He did not take his eyes off him. He was thinking. He seemed to be racking his memory. "Move further back," the doctor said crossly, and he pushed Gasson so roughly that the drunk went sprawling on the ground, broke his bottle, and stayed where he was, moaning and fuming as he tried to fend off his daughter, who was bending over him. Another car stopped on the quay above, and a new group formed around the police chief. Is he fit to be questioned? No harm trying. You think he'll pull round. It was the man, Emile Ducrow, himself who replied, with a smile. It was a peculiar smile. Still not fully formed. More a grimace, but everyone had a clear sense that it was an answer to the question. Somewhat uncertainly, the police chief acknowledged him by removing his hat. "I'm glad to see that you're feeling better." It was awkward speaking down from a height to a man whose face was turned up to the sky above while the rescue team were still working on him. Were you attacked? Was it far from here? Do you know where exactly you were stabbed and then thrown into the water? Water was still coming out of his mouth in weak spurts. Emile Ducreux was in no hurry to reply or even to try to speak. He turned his head a little because just then the girl in white passed through his field of vision, and his eyes followed her until she reached the gangway. She had gone, with the help of a neighbor, to make coffee for her father, who resisted whenever anyone suggested he should go home to bed. Do you remember what happened? And since he was still not responding, the police chief took the doctor to one side and asked, "Do you think he understands?" "I'd say so, but—" They had their backs to the prone man when they were stupefied to hear him say, "You're hurting me." All eyes turned to him. He was showing signs of impatience. It seemed that trying to speak was a great effort to him. Moving one arm painfully, he added, "Wanna go home?" What his hand was trying to do was to point at the house on 6 floors, a little way off behind him. The police chief looked rather put out and hesitated. "Sorry to insist, but it's my job. Did you see your attackers? Did you recognize them? Maybe they haven't gone very far." Their eyes met. Emile Ducroux's gaze was steady, yet he did not answer. "There's going to have to be an investigation, and the prosecutor's office is bound to ask me if—" What happened next was unexpected. The shapeless bulk, which had looked so limp as it lay on the light-colored stones of the unloading wharf, roused itself briefly and pushed away everything that cramped its movements. "Go home," Ducroux said again in a fury. There was a feeling that if they went on opposing his wishes, he might turn very nasty and even summon up enough strength to stand up and set about those crowding round him. "Go easy," exclaimed the doctor. "You'll make the wound bleed." But the man with the bull's neck didn't care. He had suddenly had enough of lying flat on his back in the middle of a lot of gawping people. "Take him home," sighed the police chief, with a gesture of resignation. The stretcher from lock number 1 had been brought. Ducroux didn't want to be carried on a stretcher. He growled a refusal. They had to carry him by his arms, legs, and shoulders. While he was being helped away, he looked angrily at the bystanders, and the bystanders made way because they were afraid of him. The procession crossed the street. The police chief called a halt. "Hold it there. I must go up and warn his wife." He rang the bell, while the men who were carrying him waited under the green gaslight, which marked the stop for trams and buses. Meanwhile, a number of boatmen were having a very hard time carrying old Gassin across the gangplank of the Golden Fleece. He was dead drunk. He had also cut his hand on a shard of glass from the bottle. Chapter 2. When, 2 days later, Detective Chief Inspector Maigret stepped off the number 13 tram opposite the two bars. It was 10 in the morning and, standing on the curb, with the sun shining directly into his eyes and his ears filled with noise, there he remained for some time, scowling, while lorries white with cement dust thundered past between him and the canal. He had not been present when the public prosecutor's people visited the crime scene, and his knowledge of the area, as of the case itself, was theoretical. On the small map which had been drawn for him, it looked Simple Canal to the right, with the lock and Gassin's boat moored on the unloading wharf. To the left, the two bars, the tall house, and, at the far end, the dance hall. Perhaps that was how it really was flat, a scene with no perspective, no depth, no life, but not quite the barges. For example, there were 50 in the reach above the lock, some lying next to the quay, others tucked snugly against them and still more maneuvering slowly in the sunshine. And then there was the road, full of endless movement, led by heavy lorries, which created noise wherever they went. The soul of the townscape, however, was elsewhere, or at least its heart was, for its beating made the air itself pulsate. This heart was a tall, misshapen structure which stood by the water's edge, a tower of metal girders, which by night would be no more than a patch of gray, but by day spat out noise through its steel plates. Iron girders and pulleys as it crushed stone which clattered down onto screens and then was conveyed away, through the din, to be deposited on smoking heaps of dust. On the top of the tower could be made out a blue enamel plate, Emile Ducrot Enterprises. Washing was drying on clotheslines slung above the barges. A fair-haired young woman was throwing a bucket of water over the deck of the Golden Fleece. Another number 13 tram clanked by, then another, and Maigret, who was basking in the warmth, his skin damp and sensual, as it never is except in the rays of the first April sunshine, set off dutifully towards the tall house. He could not see anyone behind the glass windows of the concierge's lodge. There was a stair carpet, dark red and worn. The stairs were varnished and the walls painted to look like marble. The landing, with its 3 dark doors and the bright gleam of one highly polished brass doorknob, smelled of dust, mediocrity, and respectability. A shaft of sunlight slanted across an inner court and, sidling through a gable window, gilded the stairwell. Maigret rang twice or 3 times. After the second ring, he heard sounds from inside, but 5 minutes went by before the door opened. "Does Monsieur Ducrot live here?" "He does. Come in." The maid was red-cheeked, too flustered, and Maigret smiled as he looked at her, though he could not have said why exactly. She was plump and inviting, especially when seen from behind, for her features, which were coarse and of a hard, irregular cast, were a disappointment. Who shall I say is calling? Police judiciaire.
She headed for a door, but had to stoop to pull up one stocking. She took another couple of steps, and then, judging that she was hidden by the door, she refastened her suspender and pulled her girdle down while Maigret's smile grew broader. Whispering came from the next room. The girl returned. Please come this way. The smile on Maigret's face was not entirely down to the sun. It rose to his lips from deep down, and he stood there beaming.
Already in the hallway, virtually as soon as he set foot on the doormat, he had sensed what was going on, and by the time he spoke, he was absolutely sure Monsieur Ducrot. His eyes were laughing. His lips instinctively formed into an amused curl, and from that moment the truth was tacitly admitted by the two men. Ducrot looked at the maid, at his visitor, and then at his red plush armchair. Then he tidied his thick mop of hair, which did not need tidying, and smiled back, a smile of gratification, which was slightly awkward, but pleased all the same. Sunshine streamed through 3 windows. One of them was wide open and let in so much noise from the street and the racketing crushing mill that when Maigret tried to speak, he could hardly hear the sound of his own voice. Émile Ducrot had resumed his seat in his armchair with a sigh of relief. It was obvious that despite appearance, he was not yet back to full strength. A dew of perspiration remained on his forehead after his gamble with the maid, and his breathing was rapid. Even so, the evening before, the prosecutor's investigators had been amazed to see sitting up in an armchair a man they had fully expected to find prostrate in his bed. He was wearing slippers and a nightshirt with red embroidery on the collar under his old jacket. And the same shabby, anything-goes attitude was visible in every detail of his living room, with its unremarkable furniture, which was 30 or 40 years old, in the black and gold frames containing photographs of tugs, and the roll-top desk which stood in one corner. "Are you the one who's in charge of the investigation?" His smile steadily faded. Ducrot grew serious again, his gaze inquisitive, and a hint of aggression already in his voice. "I suppose you've already got your own theory about what happened." "No, that's good. Though I'm surprised to hear that coming from a policeman." He had not set out to be disagreeable. It was just the way he was. From time to time, he scowled, probably because the wound in his back was giving him pain. "You must have something to drink. Matilda, Matilda, for God's sake, Matilda." In the end, the girl came, her hands covered with soap suds. "Pour 2 glasses of white wine, the good stuff." He filled the chair with his bulk. That and the fact that his feet were resting on an embroidered cushion made his legs look shorter. "Well, then, what have they been telling you?" He had the habit, when speaking, of darting little glances out of the window towards the lock. Suddenly he growled, "Ah! They've let themselves be overtaken by one of Poliet and Chausson's cement boats." Maigret saw a loaded barge, its hull painted yellow, slowly nosing its way into the chamber of the lock. Behind it, another barge, marked with a blue triangle, was hove to on the canal, and some people, 3 or 4 of them, were waving their arms and clearly shouting insults at each other. "All boats showing a blue triangle belong to me." Ducrow explained, pointing the maid, who had just come in, to a chair, saying, "Put the bottle and the glasses down there. We don't stand on ceremony. Here, Inspector." Now, what was I saying? Ah, yes, I'm curious to know what people are making of this business. Beneath his bluff good humor lay an undercurrent of malevolence. And the longer he looked at Maigret, the more apparent this malevolence became. Perhaps because physically the inspector was as burly and powerful as he was, only on a bigger scale. And because in the apartment his calmness suggested a large, immovable object. "I was given the case file this morning," he said. "Have you read it?" The front door opened. Someone walked through the hall and came into the room. It was a woman of about 50, thin, sad-looking, who was carrying a net shopping bag. She spoke apologetically. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Maigret was already on his feet. "Madame Ducrow, I assume very pleased to meet you." She gave an awkward nod and left the room backwards. She could be heard talking to the maid, and that same smile of Maigret's came back, for he could now imagine the details of the morning's goings-on more clearly than earlier. "My wife has never managed to get out of the habit of doing housework," muttered Ducrow. "She could pay 10 servants if she wanted to, but she still does all the shopping herself. You began as master of a tug, I believe. I started the way everybody starts. At the bottom, the tub was called the Eagle. I acquired her by marrying the owner's daughter, who you've just met. As of now, the fleet of Eagles has reached number 24. In this port alone, there are 2 who are going up as far as Dizzy today, and I've been told there are 5 coming downstream. All the river pilots in both the bars down below work for me. I've already bought up 18 barges, some store boats, 2 dredgers." His eyes grew narrower and narrower until all they were seeing were Maigret's eyes. "Is that what you wanted to know?" Then, turning towards the door, "Keep quiet out there," he yelled to the 2 invisible women, whose voices could be heard no louder than a murmur. "Your very good health, they must have told you that I'm offering the police a reward of 20,000 francs if they catch the man who attacked me, which is why, I imagine, they've sent me a top man. What are you looking at?" "Nothing special. The canal, the lock, the boats." Through the windows, the bright, glowing landscape was positively bustling with life, seen from above. The barges seemed more ponderous, as though they were bogged down in water that was too dense. Standing in his wherry, a boatman was putting a coat of gray bitumen paint on the hull of his boat, which rose 2 meters out of the water. And there were dogs, chickens in a wire netting coop, and the girl with fair hair was on deck, polishing the brasses. People came and went past the sluices, and the boats, which had gone down through the lock, appeared to hesitate before letting themselves be taken by the current of the Seine. So in a word, all that is in a manner of speaking yours. No, not all. But all the people you see down there depend in some way or other on me, especially since I bought the chalk quarries, out in the sticks, in Champagne. All the furniture in the apartment looked like the furniture which is piled high in auction rooms to be sold off on Saturdays. when the hard-up come in search of a second-hand table or washstand. A smell of onions frying wafted in from the kitchen. It was accompanied by the sizzling sound of butter on the stove. One question, if I may. The report states that you don't remember anything that happened before the moment they pulled you from the water. Ducrow, wary-eyed, was clipping the end of a cigar. At what time exactly did you stop remembering? Could you, for example, tell me what you did on the evening before last? My daughter and her husband came here to dinner. Her husband is an infantry captain based at Versailles. They come every Wednesday. You also have a son. Yes, he's at the École des Chartes in Paris, but we don't see a lot of him at home. I've given him his own room on the 5th floor. So, you didn't see him that evening? Ducrow did not reply at once. He did not take his eyes off Maigret and as he puffed slowly on his cigar. He weighed each question he was asked and every word he spoke. Listen, Inspector, I'm going to say something important, and I advise you not to forget it if you want us to get along together. No one ever gets the better of Mimile. That's me. Mimile. It's what they called me when I had my first tug. And to this day, there are lock-keepers in the Haute Marne who don't know me as anything else. Do you understand me? I'm no more of a fool than you are. In this business, I'm the one who has paid. I'm the one who was knifed. I'm the one who brought you here. Maigret did not bat an eyelid, but for the first time in ages, he was reveling in the company of someone who was really worth knowing. Drink up. Have a cigar. Put a few in your pocket for later. Go ahead. Do your job. But no fancy tricks. When the people from the prosecutor's office came to see me yesterday, there was an examining magistrate, a real martinet, who walked around in cream-colored gloves as if he was afraid to get his hands dirty. So what did I do? I told him to take his hat off and put his cigarette out. While I blew smoke in his face, are you with me? Now I am listening. My turn to ask a question. Do you still intend to pursue your case? Yes? And do you really want me to find the guilty man? The shadow of a smile flickered on Ducrow's lips. Instead of answering, he murmured, "Next question." That's it. It's not too late. Do you have anything else to say to me? No. Maigret got up and, his pupils made smaller by the sun, stood stock still by the open window. "Matilda, Matilde," shouted the man in the chair. "First, you must try to come when I call. Second, put on a clean apron. Now, off you go and fetch a bottle of champagne. One of the 8 bottles at the back on the left-hand side." "I don't drink champagne," said Maigret when the maid had gone. "You'll drink this one. It's an 1897 Brut." sent to me by the manager of the biggest vintners in Rhymes. He was mellower now. There even stirred in him a flicker of excitement, though it was barely perceptible. "What are you looking at?" "Gasson's boat." Gasson is an old friend. You know, the only one who still treats me like in the old days. The first time we went to sea, we went together. I gave him command of one of my boats, which does the Belgian run mainly. He's got a pretty daughter. It was merely an impression, for the distance was too great for Maigret to see more than a silhouette. And yet it was enough to make it certain that the girl was good-looking. Yet she was just a hazy figure, a black dress and a white apron, and feet bare in her clogs. Ducrow did not respond, and after a few moments of silence, he barked as if he had reached the end of his patience. "Go on. The woman upstairs, the serving girl, and the rest of them, I know where you're headed." The kitchen door opened out. Before fully emerging, Madame Ducrow coughed discreetly and said hesitantly, "Shall I go for some ice?" He became incandescent. "Why don't you traipse all the way to Rhymes for the champagne?" She vanished without a word. The door stayed partly open while Ducrow resumed. "This is the way of it. On the second floor, directly above this room, I've installed a young woman, name of Rose, who used to be a hostess at the Maxim." He made no effort to keep his voice down. The very opposite. His wife must have heard. There was a rattle of glasses from the kitchen. The maid, in a clean apron, entered carrying a tray. "If you want to know more, I give her 2,000 francs a month, plus dresses. But she makes nearly all of them herself. That'll do. Girl, just put it down and get out. Would you like to open the bottle, Inspector?" Maigret was getting used to being there. He was hardly aware of the noise either of the crusher or of the street, which mingled with the buzzing of two large blue bottles in the room. "We were talking about the day before yesterday. My daughter and her idiot of a husband were here, as usual. I went out after we'd had dessert. I can't stand pests. And my son-in-law is a pest. Here's to you." He smacked his lips and sighed. "That's all. It was around 10 o'clock. I walked along the pavement. I had a drink with Catherine, who runs the dance hall a little way along the street. Then I went on and reached the corner of the narrow alley, further along, where there's a street lamp. I much prefer drinking a beer or two with tarts than being with my son-in-law. When you left that establishment, did you notice if anyone was following you? I never saw anything at all. Which way did you go next? No idea. It was curt." His voice had turned aggressive again. Ducrow, taking too large a gulp of champagne, spluttered, coughed, then spat on the faded carpet. The medical report said that the wound in the barge owner's back was superficial, and that he had been in the water for 3 or 4 minutes and had perhaps surfaced once or twice. "Of course. You don't suspect anybody. I suspect everybody." He had a strange face. His head was large, fleshy, and slack-featured, and yet he gave out an impression of hardness and exceptional strength. When he was watching out for a reaction from Maigret, he had the look of old peasants who clinched deals at farmers' fairs, but a split second later, the expression in his blue eyes was disarmingly naive. 1 minute, he was threatening, yelling, cursing, and the next it was far from clear if he wasn't behaving that way because it amused him. That was what I wanted to make a point of telling you.
Because I'm entitled to suspect everybody, my wife, my son, my daughter, her husband, Rose, the maid, Gacine, and his daughter. Yes, Aileen too, if you like. But there was a subtle difference in his voice. And there's something else I will add. You have my permission to make life unpleasant for all these people connected to me. I know the police. I know they'll go sniffing around, even in their dust bins. We might as well make a start now. Jean. Jane. His wife appeared looking surprised and very apprehensive. Come in, for God's sake. It's no good meeting company behaving like a servant. Get yourself a glass. Go on and clink with the inspector now. Can you guess what he wants to know? Pale and impassive. She was badly dressed. Her hair was badly combed, and she had aged as badly as the furniture in the living room. The sun hurt her eyes, and after 25 years of marriage, she still jumped each time her husband raised his voice.
He wants to know what we talked about all through dinner when Berta came with her husband. She tried to smile. The hand holding her glass of champagne shook. Maigret noticed her fingers, which were wrinkled from working in the kitchen. Answer. Have a drink first. We talked about all sorts. That's not true. I'm sorry, Inspector, but I don't understand what my husband means. Of course you do. Listen, I'll help you. She was standing up, next to the red armchair in which Ducrow was so firmly ensconced that he and it looked as if they were one and the same. Berta started it. Try and remember. She said, Emile, don't Emile me. She said she was afraid to have a baby, and that if they did, Descharmes couldn't stay in the army because he doesn't earn enough to pay for a wet nurse and all the rest of the things they'd need. I advised him to get a job selling peanuts. Is that true or not? She smiled weakly and tried to make excuses for him. You should get some rest. And what did that great booby suggest? Answer. What did he suggest? That part of my estate should be divided up now? Since it's going to have to be done sooner or later, and with his share, he would move to Provence, where it seems the climate would best suit his progeny. Meanwhile, we could go and visit them in the holidays. He was not worked up. This was no passing rage, the very opposite. He doled out his words slowly, harshly, one after the other. And what did he add when I was putting my hat on? I want you to say it. I can't remember. She was near to tears. She put her glass down so that she would not upset it.
Say it. He said you were spending a lot of money on other things. He didn't say other things. On, well, on women. Go on. On her upstairs. Did you hear that? Inspector, isn't there anything else you want to ask her? I ask because she's going to start crying, and that's no fun for anybody. You can go.
He sighed again, a long sigh which could only have sprung from that barrel chest. That was just a sample. If you find it entertaining, you can carry on by yourself. Without me, I'll be back on my feet tomorrow. Whatever the doctor says, you'll find me where I am every morning from 6 onwards, on site, another glass. You've forgotten to take some cigars. Gasson has just brought 500 through for me, smuggled them in on his boat. As you see, I have no secrets from you. He got heavily to his feet, pushing himself up on the arms of his chair. Thank you for all your assistance, said Maigret, who had tried to find the most prosaic form of words. There was amusement in Ducrow's eyes, in the inspector's too. They stood looking at each other with the same stifled mirth, which was full of unspoken thoughts, perhaps of defiance, and maybe, too, of an odd respect. Shall I call the girl to show you out? No, thanks. I know the way.
They did not shake hands. And that also happened, as if by mutual consent. Ducrow remained by the open window, a black shadow against the brightness outside. He was doubtless more tired than he wished to appear, for he was breathing quickly. Good hunting. Maybe you'll win the 20,000 francs yourself. As he passed the kitchen door, Maigret heard crying coming from inside. He let himself out onto the landing, went down a few steps, stopped in the shaft of sunlight, which had changed place, in order to look at a document from the file he had in his pocket. It was the pathologist's report, which, among other things, said the tentative hypothesis of suicide should be discarded, since it is impossible for a man to stab himself with a knife in the place where the wound is situated. Someone was moving around in the semi-darkness inside the concierge's lodge. She had just got back.
Emerging onto the pavement outside was like stepping into a bath of heat, light, noise, colored dust, and movement. A number 13 stopped, then set off immediately. The bell on the door of the bar to the right rang out, while stones clattered down inside the crushing mill, and a small tug with a blue triangle hooted as loudly as it could, venting its fury at the sluice of the lock, which had just been slammed shut in its face. Chapter 3. Above the steam vessel, in the middle of the dazzling blue signboard, flew a swarm of seagulls, and underneath were the words Eagle's Rest, Marne and Haute-Seine River Pilot's Bar. It was the bar on the right. Maigret pushed the door open and sat down in a corner, while silence closed in all around him. There were only 5 men there, sitting around a table, their legs crossed, chairs tilted back, caps pulled down over their eyes because of the sun's glare. 4 were wearing blue jerseys with high necks, and all had the same well-tanned skin, with lines so fine they scarcely showed, and hair which was graying on the back of their necks and at the temples. The man who got up and came over to Maigret was the landlord. What'll it be? The cafe was clean. There was sawdust on the floor. The metal surface of the counter gleamed. And everywhere there was that bittersweet smell which signals the aperitif hour. Muttered one of the men as he relit his half-smoked cigarette. This aha was clearly intended for Maigret, who had ordered a beer and was gently pressing tobacco down in his pipe. Directly facing him in the group was a shrunken old man with a yellowish beard who drank the contents of his glass in one gulp, and as he wiped his mustache grunted, "Fill her up again, Fernand." There was a bandage round his right arm, and this confirmed that he was old man Gassin. The others had started making knowing signs to each other as they nodded in the direction of the boatman who was glaring at Maigret with such venom that the hairy skin of his face was screwed up tight. He had been drinking, as was obvious from the fuddled clumsiness of his movements. In Maigret, he had smelled police, and his comrades sniggered at his agitated state. Happy days, Gassin. By now, he was fuming. "Seems like you got something to say, a tale to tell to this gentleman." And one of the men gave Maigret a wink, which meant, "Pay no attention. You can see the state he's in." The landlord was perhaps the only one who felt slightly uneasy, but his customers were enjoying themselves hugely, and there was a feeling of genuine friendliness in the air. Through the window, only the railing of the quay was just about visible, along with the masts and helms of barges and the roof of the lockkeeper's house. "When are you off?" Then, "Gassin." Then another man said, in a whisper, "Go on, tell him." It seemed that his advice would be followed. The old man stood up, and with the forced casualness of drunks, shambled to the counter. Another one, Fernand. He was still watching Maigret. There was something very complex in his expression, for in his look there was a hint of insolence to be sure, but also a degree of underlying hopelessness. The inspector tapped the table with a coin to summon the landlord. "What do I owe you?" Fernand, leaning over the table, told him the amount, then added in a whisper, "Don't provoke him. He's been drunk for 2 days." The words were only half spoken, but from where he was sitting, the old man thundered, "What you saying?" Maigret was on his feet.
He wasn't looking for trouble. He put on his most inoffensive expression and made for the door. When he had crossed the road, he turned and saw Ghislaine, who was now at the window, glass in hand, watching his every move. The air was warmer now, and dark gold in color. A sleeping tramp lay stretched out on the stone flags of the quayside. There was a newspaper over his head. Cars drove past along with the trucks and trams. But by now, Maigret had realized that they were not important. Whatever roared by like this along the road was not part of the landscape. Paris came this way to get to the banks of the Marne, but it was just traffic noise. What really counted was the lock, the hooting of the tugs, the stone crusher, the barges, and the cranes, the two pilots' bars, and especially the tall house where he could make out Ducrow's red chair framed by a window. People felt at home out of doors. Workmen from a crane were sitting on a pile of sand, having a bite to eat. A woman was setting up a table on the deck of her barge, and her neighbor was doing the washing. The inspector walked unhurriedly down the stone steps and rediscovered the same slow, strong rhythm of things he had felt once before when investigating a crime in Haute-Marne. Even the distinctive smell of the canal prompted images to flash into his mind of barges gliding without breaking the surface of the water. He was nearly at the Golden Fleece, with its hull built of wood coated with red-colored resin. The deck, which had just been washed, was drying in patches, and the young woman was nowhere to be seen. Maigret took a couple of steps on the gangplank, turned, saw the old man leaning down over the railing above him. He went on, and once on board, called out anyone about. On a nearby boat, the woman who was doing her washing watched him as he headed towards a double door with blue and red glass panes. Hello. A short flight of stairs led down to what he could dimly make out as a clean, neat room. In one corner, he could even see a table with a cloth on it. He continued down the stairs, and when he reached the last step, he came face to face with the young woman with fair hair, who was sitting on a straw-bottomed chair holding a baby to her breast. It was so unexpected, and at the same time so natural a thing, that the inspector removed his hat awkwardly, stuffed his still hot pipe into a pocket, and took a step back. Oh,
I'm sorry." The young woman must have felt scared. She scrutinized him as if she were trying to guess his intentions, but she did not move from where she was, and the child's tiny mouth remained clamped on her breast. "I didn't know. I'm in charge of the investigation, and I came on board to ask you for some information." As Maigret looked at her, he felt vaguely uneasy. Some sort of misgiving took root, though he could not say what it was exactly. Around him, the room was big, with varnished pine everywhere. In one corner was a bed with a quilt over it, and above the headboard hung an ebony crucifix. The middle section of the cabin was used as a dining area, and the table was laid for two. "Sit down," said the young woman. Her voice, too, was quite unexpected, and yet, from Ducrow's window, Maigret had already had a sense of Aline's strangeness. From a distance, there seemed to be something ethereal about her, but she was not slim, nor was she fragile and close to. Her body was noticeably healthy and firm, fully alive.
Her features were regular, and her tanned complexion formed a contrast with the fairness of her hair. So why did the sum of the parts suggest frailty and make one want to protect and console her? Is the child yours? For something to say, Maigret nodded towards the baby, whose turned wood cradle stood next to him. "My godson." She smiled politely, with a lingering trace of fear. "You're Gassan's daughter, aren't you?" "Yes." She had a child's voice and the meekness of a good little girl who is answering the questions she is being asked. "I'm sorry to disturb you at this time. Since you were here the day before yesterday, when the incident occurred, I would like to know if anyone came on board earlier that evening, such as Emile Ducrow." "Yes." Maigret had not been expecting her response at all, and wondered if she had understood the question. "You're sure Ducrow came here on the evening he was attacked?" "I didn't open the door to him." "Did he come on board?" "Yes."
He called. "I was about to go to bed." Maigret glimpsed a second cabin, narrower than the first, and the fixed bunk in it. As she spoke, the young woman gently eased the child away from her breast, wiped its chin, and then buttoned her blouse. "What time was that?" "I don't know." "Was it a long time before your father fell into the canal?" "I don't know." She was, for no apparent reason, becoming frightened. She got up to lay the baby in his cradle, and as he was opening his mouth and starting to cry,
She gave him a red rubber dummy. Do you know Ducrow well? Yes. She stoked the fire in the stove and added salt to a saucepan of potatoes. It was then that for Maigret, as he watched each of her movements closely, the penny dropped. She was not mad, perhaps, but there was a veil between her and the external world. Everything about her was insulated, damped down. Her actions, her voice, her smile, for she smiled apologetically when she stepped directly in front of her visitor. Do you know what Ducrow came for? Always the same thing. Maigret's unease deepened, and it made his hands feel clammy. Each of the girl's words might have serious consequences. With every question he asked, the mystery was becoming less tangled, and yet he was afraid of questioning her. Did she really understand what she was telling him? Would she say yes to every question? Are you talking about Ducrow's son? He said, to test the hypothesis. Jean didn't come. So, is it his father who's been coming to see you? For a moment, her eyes settled on Maigret's face. Then she looked away. He wanted to finish this quickly. He was too close to a possible breakthrough to stop now. When he comes here, that's what he's after, isn't it? He pesters you. He tries to. He stopped abruptly, for she was crying, and he did not know what to say next. I'm sorry. Don't think about it anymore. She was so close to him that, without thinking, he patted her on her shoulder. But that only made it worse. With a start, she recoiled and ran into the second cabin, closing the door behind her. He could still hear her sobbing inside. And the baby, who had dropped its dummy, started crying too. With an awkward fumble, Maigret replaced the dummy in the child's mouth. There was nothing more to be done except leave. The stairs were low, and he banged his head on the top of the hatch. He was expecting to find the old man on deck, but there was no one about except neighbors sitting round a table near the helm, who watched him leave. There was no sign of Ghislaine on the quayside either. When he was back up on the pavement, Maigret saw a car pull up outside the tall house. It was an average model, with a medium-sized engine. It had a Seine-et-Oise number plate, and the inspector had only to take one look at the woman who got out to understand what was happening. It was Ducrow's daughter. She had her father's boorish manner and vigor. Her husband, narrow-shouldered in a dark suit, was not in uniform. He closed the car doors and put the key in his pocket. But they had forgotten something. The woman was already almost over the threshold when she turned. The husband reached for the key again, opened one of the car doors, and took out a small packet, which probably contained Spanish grapes, the kind which are bought for invalids. Eventually, the couple entered the house. They were bickering. They were vulgar and without distinction. Maigret, who was standing at the green tram stop, failed to raise his hand to flag the one that clattered past. His head was full of half-finished thoughts, and he felt as if there was some slight imbalance inside him which he was anxious to correct. The pilots emerged from the bar and shook hands before going their separate ways. One of them, a large man with an open face, walked towards Maigret, who stopped him. "Excuse me, may I ask you a question?" "I wasn't there." "You know, it's not about that. You know Gacin, don't you, who is the father of his daughter's child?" The pilot burst out laughing. "But it's not hers. Are you sure?" "It was old man Gasson who brought it home one day. He's been a widower for 15 years. He must have had the kid up north somewhere, with some woman who runs a bar or keeps a lock. So his daughter has never had a baby. Aline, haven't you seen her? By the way, go gently with her. She's not quite like other girls." Pedestrians brushed past them. The two men were standing in the full glare of the sun, which was burning the back of Maigret's neck. "They're decent people. Gasson drinks a bit too much. But you mustn't think he's always like he is, Tootie. That business the night before last hit him hard. This morning, he thought you were out to get him." Still smiling, the big man touched the peak of his cap and walked on. Maigret was going to have lunch too. All round him, there was a change of gear. The stone crusher had stopped working. The traffic was not as heavy, and it seemed as if even the lock was working at a slower Obviously, he would have to come back. There was enough to keep him busy for several days in this small world whose distinct character he was only just beginning to get to grips with. Had Gasson gone back on board? Was he at that moment in that varnished cabin, sitting at the table in front of a white cloth with pink roses on it? In any case, in the Ducrow household, they would surely be arguing, and the Spanish grapes had probably not been enough to restore the invalid's good humor. Maigret went back into the bar, though he wasn't really sure why. There were no customers. The landlord and his wife, a small, prettyish brunette who had not got round to making herself presentable, were standing at the bar, eating stew. Light was reflected in the tumblers of red wine. "Back already?" exclaimed Fernand, wiping his mouth. Maigret had been adopted. He hadn't even needed to say who he was. "I hope at least you haven't been tormenting that little girl. Beer again. Irma, go and fetch up a cold beer." He looked out of the window, not on the canal side, but in the direction of the bar across the road. "Poor old Gasson's going to make himself ill over this business. Mind you, it's no joke falling in the water in the dark and suddenly feeling somebody dragging you down to the bottom." "Has he gone back on board?" "No, he's over there." And the landlord nodded to the other bar, where, in the midst of 4 men who were still drinking, Gasson was clearly visible, waving his arms about, completely drunk. That's what he does, goes from one bar to the other. It looks like he's crying. Yes, he is. He must be on at least his 15th aperitif this morning, not counting the tots of rum. The landlord's wife brought the ice-cold beer. Maigret sipped it slowly. "Does his daughter have boyfriends?" "Aline, not her." Fernand spoke as if the very idea that Aline could wander off the straight and narrow was the most absurd thing in the whole world. All the same, the fact was that Maigret had seen her feeding a baby, her own or another. But either way, she was no less a young mother who had been frightened by his fatherly gesture and had locked herself in the small cabin. He felt uneasy at the thought of the old man, dead drunk, crying into his glass, and of the baby lying in its cradle. Do they travel around much? 12 months of the year. Don't they have any paid hands? It's just them. Aline handles the helm as well as any man. Maigret had seen those northern canals straight, verdant banks, poplars lining long lanes of flat water, locks in the middle of nowhere, their crank handles rusting, the poky lock buildings bright with hollyhocks and ducks splashing in the eddies created by the sluices. He imagined the golden fleece slowly champing at the ribbon of water hour after hour, until it reached some distant unloading quay. With Aline steering,
the baby in its cradle. More likely than not, out on the deck, near the helm, and the old man on the towpath driving his horses. An old drunk, a crazy girl, and a babe in arms. Chapter 4. When, at 6 the next morning, Maigret got off the number 13 tram and headed for the lock. Emile Ducrot was already on the unloading wharf, a sailor's cap on his head and a heavy cane in his hand. As on previous days, thanks to the joys of spring, there was in the air, in the early morning life of Paris, a childlike playfulness. Certain objects, certain people, the milk bottles on doorsteps, the woman in her white apron setting out her dairy stall, the lorry returning from Les Halles, scattering its last remaining cabbage leaves in its wake, were so many emblems of peace and exuberance. Could not the same have been said of the Ducrot's maid, framed in a window of the tall house, its facade now gilded by the sun, as she shook out dusters into empty space? Behind her, in the semi-darkness of the living room, the barely perceptible figure of Madame Ducrot came and went, a cotton scarf tied round her head. On the second floor, the blinds remained closed, and the mind's eye could imagine, striped with bands of sunlight, the bed occupied by Rose, the languid mistress, asleep with arms folded and armpits damp. Ducrot, already solidly ensconced in the new day, shouted some final exhortation to the master of a barge which was emerging from the lock chamber and beginning to slip down the current of the Seine. I was right. You're like me. Did he mean that the inspector was also made of the same stuff as those who get up early to organize the work of other men? Have you a moment? His shoulders were so broad that he looked almost square-shaped. Of course, he was very probably wearing a bandage around his chest, but he moved briskly, and Maigret saw him jump down from the wall of the lock onto the deck of a barge which was more than a meter below him. Morning, Morris. Did you run across Eagle 4 above Chalifert? Did they get those seals fixed? But he was scarcely listening. Once he had been given the information he'd asked for, he dismissed people with a grunt and turned his attention elsewhere. Hear any more about the accident in Revan Culvert? Aline was sitting on the deck of the Golden Fleece near the helm, grinding coffee and looking vaguely around her. No sooner had Maigret spotted her than Ducrot was at his elbow, with a short-stemmed pipe clenched between his teeth. Are you beginning to make any sense of it? A jerk of his chin indicated that he was talking about all the activity in the canal port and the lock, not about the attack on him. He was much more jovial than on the previous evening, and less guarded. You see, there is a three-way junction, waterways, connected to the Seine. Here, we are on the Marne Canal. Over that way is the River Marne itself. It isn't used for navigation hereabouts. Finally, there is the Upper Seine. The upper Seine will take you to Burgundy, the Loire. Lyons and Marseille, Le Havre and Rouen are the most significant towns on the lower Seine. Two companies share all the freight business, the General and the Center Canal Company. But from this lock, and as far as Belgium, Holland, and the Saar, it's Ducrow's. His eyes were blue, and his skin fair in the early morning sunlight, which bathed the landscape in a rosy glow. The entire block of houses all around mine belongs to me, including the bar, the detached villas, and the small dance hall. Also those 3 cranes over there, and the stone crusher too, and the boat repair yards on the other side of that footbridge. He drank it all in, savoring his delight. They say that altogether the whole lot is worth 40 million, observed Maigret. You seem rather well informed. Give or take 5 million. Did your men come up with anything yesterday? Even saying this gave him delight. In the event, Maigret had sent 3 inspectors to make detailed inquiries at Charenton and elsewhere about Ducrow, his family, and everyone who had any connection with what had happened. The trawl hadn't netted much. The brothel at Charenton confirmed that the canal magnate had been there on the evening the crime was committed. He was often there. He paid for drinks, kidded around with the girls, yarned, and frequently went home without asking anything more of them. As for his son, Jean, people living in the area knew almost nothing about him. He worked at his books. He did not go out often. He seemed like a young man from a good home, and his health was delicate. Incidentally, said Maigret, pointing to the golden fleece, I believe it was on that barge that your son spent 3 months last year. Ducrow did not flinch, though he perhaps became a shade more solemn. Yes. Was he convalescing? He'd been overdoing it. The doctor prescribed calm and fresh air. The Golden Fleece was leaving for Alsace. Aileen, holding her coffee grinder, went inside the cabin, and Ducrow turned away for a moment to give orders to the crane driver. He did not go far, and Maigret could hear every word they said on the daughter and son-in-law. There were only routine details. Captain Descharmes was from Le Mans, the son of an accountant. The couple lived in a nice brand-new house on the outskirts of Versailles, and every morning one orderly brought the officer his horse, and another cleaned the house. Are you going back to Paris? Asked Ducrow as he returned. It's as the fancy takes you, but for me,
This is always my morning walk, all along the quays. He glanced up at his house. The skylights on the 6th floor were still shut, and the curtains had not been opened. The trams were all full, and small carts loaded with vegetables were scurrying into Paris for the market. "Can I count on you?" Ducrow called to the lockkeeper. "All in hand, boss."
Ducrow winked at Maigret to draw attention to the word boss, which was the name by which a public servant called him. The two men were now strolling along the Seine, where convoys of boats were lining up, using the full width of the river to go about, and propellers thrashing, moving off either upstream or down with the current. Know what made me my money? I realized that when my boats were lying idle, they could be working for me instead, so I bought sand pits and chalk quarries further north, and then anything that came up for sale, even brickworks, as long as it was next to a waterway. He shook the hand of a passing boatman, who merely said, "Morning, Mimile." The port at Bercy was piled high with barrels, and the arms of the wine town they came from were stamped on all of them. Anything classed as champagne among that lot was carried by me. Hey, Pierrot, is it true that Murrier's old tin tub snagged a pier of the bridge at Chateau Thierry? It's true enough, boss. If you see him, tell him it serves him right. He walked on, still laughing. On the opposite bank of the river, the enormous concrete buildings of the Magasin Généraux reached into the sky, all straight lines and right angles, while two cargo boats, one from London and the other from Amsterdam, brought a whiff of the high seas into the very heart of Paris. I don't want to be nosy, but how are you going to proceed with your investigations? It was now Maigret's turn to smile, for this walk clearly had no other purpose than to lead up to this question. Ducrow was aware of it. He sensed that his companion could read his thoughts, and he smiled again, faintly, as though he were mocking his own simple-mindedness. "As you see, just like this," replied Maigret, playing the role of a man out for a relaxed stroll. They walked on in silence for perhaps another 400 meters, their eyes trained on the Pont d'Austerlitz, a pyrotechnic display of metal fretwork, from which the architecture of Notre Dame could be just made out against a blaze of blue and pink. "Hey, Vacher, your brother has broken down at Larzicourt. He said to tell you the christening has been postponed." Ducrow went on walking steadily. After a sideways glance at Maigret, he framed a question with the bluntness of a man who likes to put his foot in it on purpose. "How much does a man like you earn?" "Not much. 60,000 francs. A lot less than that." Ducrow frowned, gave his companion another look, this time with as much admiration as curiosity. "What do you make of my wife? Do you think I make her unhappy?" "No, not really. If it wasn't you, it would be somebody else. She's one of those women who are perpetually self-effacing and dreary, whatever fate does to them." It was as if Maigret had opened the scoring, because Ducrow was nonplussed. "She is dull, dim, and vulgar," he sighed, "just like her mother, who I've settled in one of the small houses nearby. That one has spent her whole life crying, 'Ah, see that the stone crusher.' It's another one of mine. It's the most powerful in the port of Paris. But seriously, what line of inquiry are you following?" All of them. They were still walking, surrounded by the noises of the river and the activity on its banks. The morning air smelled of water and tar. From time to time, they had to make a detour around a crane or wait for a gap between two lorries. "You've been on board the Golden Fleece. Assume." Ducrow had hesitated for much longer before asking this question than over any of the others, and immediately pretended to be engrossed in the movement of a convoy of barges. Actually, the question was unnecessary, because he had watched Maigret go aboard from his window. She's a very strange mother. The effect was dramatic. Ducrow came to a sudden stop. With his short legs and bloated neck, he looked like a bull about to charge. "Who the devil told you that? I didn't need anybody to tell me." "So," he said, "to say something." He scowled, clasping his hands behind his back. "So nothing. What did she tell you? That you went there to see her? Is that all? That she wouldn't open the door? Didn't you tell me that old Gassin was your very good friend? Yet it looks to me—" But Ducrow growled impatiently. "Stupid idiot! If I hadn't grabbed you, you'd have been knocked over by that barrel." He turned to a member of the crew who had been rolling barrels and boomed, "Can't you be more careful, you idiot?" So saying, he emptied his pipe by knocking the bowl on the heel of his shoe. "I bet you've got it into your head that the child is mine. Go on, admit it. Just because I have a reputation for chasing skirts." "Well, Inspector, this time you've got it wrong." He spoke the words softly, for a marked change had come over him. He seemed less hard, less sure of himself. He had lost the bombast of the rich man who is showing inferiors around his domain. "Do you have kids?" he asked, with that side glance which Maigret was beginning to recognize. "I only ever had a little girl. She died. Well, I have. Now look, I'm not going to ask you to promise not to tell anyone. But if you are unwise enough to say a single word, I'll smash your face in. For a start, I've got the two you know about.
The girl is as pathetic as her mother. Then there's the boy. I'm not sure about him yet, but I can't see him amounting to much. Have you met him? No, quiet, shy, affectionate, and always ill. So much for them. But second, I have another daughter. You mentioned Gesson just now. He's a good man, though that didn't stop me from sleeping with his amazing wife. He doesn't know.
If he did, he'd go berserk, because when he goes to Paris, he never comes back without taking flowers to the cemetery. And it's been 16 years. By now, they had crossed the Pont de la Tournelle and were just walking on to the Ile Saint-Louis, that haven of provincial peace. As they passed, a boatman in a sailor's cap emerged from a cafe and ran after Ducrow. Maigret stepped to one side while they exchanged a few words, and as he waited, his retina continued to display an image of an Aline who was more unreal than ever. Only a little while earlier, he had been picturing the Golden Fleece gliding along gleaming canals, the blonde girl at the helm, the old man driving his horses on the towpath, and on deck, lying in a hammock or stretched out on the sun-warmed, resinous cargo of logs, a much too bookish convalescent. "That's fine for a week on Sunday," came Ducrow's voice from behind him, and for Maigret's benefit, he added, "A little party he's organizing at Nogent for one of my men who's been working on the same barge for 30 years. He was hot. They had been walking for more than an hour. Shopkeepers were raising their blinds, and typists who were late were scurrying along the pavement. Ducrow stopped speaking. Perhaps he was waiting for Maigret to pick up the conversation where they had left it, but the inspector seemed lost in thought. "I'm sorry for dragging you all this way. Do you know the Henri Fourth, the tobacconists in the middle of the Pont Neuf? It's not far from the police judiciaire, but I bet you never knew. It's also a cafe 5 or 6 of us, sometimes more. Meet up there every day. It's a kind of club or guild for shippers. Has Aline always been mad? She's not mad. Either you weren't seeing straight, or else you know nothing about such things. Her trouble is more a kind of late development."
Yes, that's how the doctor explained it, very clearly. She's 19, and you can say she's got a mental age of a girl of 10, but she can still make up for lost time. They said there was some hope it would happen after she had the baby. He had spoken the words in a whisper, shamefacedly. "Does she know you are her father?" He gave a start, his face suddenly crimson. "Whatever happens, you must never say that to her in the first place. She wouldn't believe you. And secondly, Gasson must never, and I mean absolutely never, suspect. At this time of day, if he was up and about as early as he was the day before, the old boatman would no doubt be drunk in one or other of the 2 bars. And you believe he doesn't suspect anything? Positive. And does anyone else? Nobody has ever known, except me. Is this the reason
why the Golden Fleece spends longer loading or unloading than the other boats? The answer was so obvious that Ducrow shrugged his shoulders, and then, with a different tone in his voice and with a different expression on his face, he said, "Cigar, let's not discuss this anymore, if you don't mind. But what if it's the key to what happened?" That is not true. He was categorical, almost threatening. "Come inside with me. I'll only be 2 minutes." They were now at the Henri Fort. The drinkers leaning on the bar were ordinary boatmen, but there was a second room divided off by a partition wall. There, Ducrow shook hands with one or two customers. He did not introduce Maigret to them. Is it true that somebody accepted Charleroi coal at a rate of 52 francs? A Belgian. He operates with 3 motorized boats. Waiter, half a bottle of white wine. "You drink white wine?" Maigret nodded and smoked his pipe as he watched the comings and goings on the Pont Neuf, with only half an ear on the conversation being carried on. It was some time before he was aware of an unusual hum in the air, and even longer before he realized that it was a barge hooter. It did not sound 2 or 3 times, as is usual when a boat passes a bridge, but emitted a single, continuous sound, so protracted that passers-by stopped, as surprised as the inspector. The landlord of the Henri IV was the first to look up. 2 boatmen followed him to the door, where Maigret had taken up a position. A barge powered by a diesel engine was coming downstream. It slowed when it saw the arches of the Pont Neuf and went into reverse to check its way. The hooter was still sounding, and while the wife took the helm, her husband jumped into the dinghy and rowed smartly towards the bank. "It's Francois," said one of the boatmen. They all walked down onto the quayside and were standing above the stone wall when the wherry touched land. The woman at the helm was having difficulty keeping the long boat on a straight course. "Is the boss there?" "In the cafe." "Got to tell him. Break it gently. Don't ask me how, but don't come out with it too sudden. It's his son. Well, he's been found dead. It's all a big mess back there. Seems he—" A gruesome movement of his hand across his throat. He didn't need to say more. Besides, a tug coming upstream was hooting because the barge had now strayed into its lane, and the boatman wasted no time in pushing his wherry out again. A few people who had stopped on the bridge were already moving off. But down on the quayside, 3 men stood staring at each other, not knowing what to do. Their unease increased when they saw Ducrow at the door of the Henri IV, from which he was trying to see what was going on. Is it for me? He was so accustomed to it always being for him. Was he not one of the 5 or 6 men who ruled the world of water? Maigret preferred to leave it to the men, who wavered, nudging each other with their elbows until one of them, out of desperation, stammered, "Boss, you got to go back straight away. It's—" Ducrow looked at Maigret with a frown on his face. "It's what? Trouble at home? Well, what sort of trouble?" He was getting angry now. It seemed as if he suspected them all of something. "It's John." "Spit it out. Man, he's dead." This was happening in the doorway of a cafe in the middle of the Pont Neuf, in bright sunshine, with glasses of golden wine still standing on the bar, and the landlord with his sleeves rolled up, and the multicolored display of cigarette packets. Ducrow looked around him with eyes so blank that it was as if he had not understood. His chest heaved, but all that came out was a faint sneer. "It's not true," he said, and his eyes began to brim. That was Francois. He'd come down from the port. He stopped to say, though short, he was enormous, so broad, so solid that no one would have dared offer him their sympathy. Yet he turned to look at Maigret with eyes full of distress, then snorted and barked at the men he had been talking to. "I'll do it for 48. But even as he spoke the words, thus allowing Maigret to see his hard-boiled toughness, his face wore an expression of helpless, childish pride. With a wave of his arm, he flagged down a red taxi. He did not stop to ask the inspector to get in with him, for he assumed that such a thing was too natural to need saying, as natural as not speaking the lock at Charenton. They drove back along the Seine, where only an hour before he had described the life of the riverboat by boat, mooring ring by mooring ring. He still looked out at it now, but without seeing it, and they were already approaching the gates of the port at Bercy when he burst out, "The stupid little fool." The last word was choked off. There was a sob in his throat, and he kept it there, not letting it out until he reached his front door. The port beneath the lock looked different. People had recognized the boss through the windows of the taxi. The lockkeeper stopped cranking the sluices so that he could remove his cap. On the quayside, workmen stood still, as if life had been suspended. A foreman was waiting for him by the door. "Were you the one who stopped the crusher? I thought—" Ducrow was first to start up the stairs. Maigret followed. He heard footsteps and voices coming from much higher up. A door on the first floor opened, and Jeanne Ducrow flung herself into her husband's arms. She was limp. He straightened her up, looked around for something to support her, deposited her like a parcel in the care of a fat neighbor who was sniveling. He continued up the stairs. Oddly enough, he turned round to check if Maigret was still with him. Between the 3rd and 4th floors, they met a police inspector coming down, who took off his hat and began, "Monsieur Ducrow, may I say—" "Damn it!" He swept him aside and continued up the stairs. "Detective Chief Inspector, I—" "Later," growled Maigret. "He left a note which—" "Give it to me." He grabbed it literally on the wing and pushed it into his pocket. Only one thing really counted the man climbing the stairs. His breath labored, who stopped outside a door with a brass knob, which was opened at once to admit him. It was an attic room. The light entered from above, and fine dust particles danced in a shaft of sunlight. There was a table with books on it, a chair covered with the same red plush as the one downstairs. The doctor was seated at the table, signing the preliminary report, and was too late to prevent Ducrow from snatching back the sheet that covered the body of his son. He did not say anything, not one word. He seemed more surprised than anything else, as if he had been confronted by some inexplicable sight. And utterly inexplicable it was. A strange ruination. A tall, slim young man, whose pallid white chest was visible, though a gap in the jacket of his pajamas, which were blue with thin stripes. Around his neck was a wide blue circle. His features were horribly convulsed. Ducrow took a step forwards, perhaps to kiss the dead boy, but he did not do so. He seemed frightened. He looked away, at the ceiling, then at a spot by the door. From the attic window, the doctor said quietly, he had hanged himself. At first light, and it was his parents' maid, bringing him his breakfast, as she always did, who had found him. At the same moment, Ducrow, showing surprising presence of mind, turned to Maigret and barked, "The letter." So he had seen and heard everything during those terrible moments as he climbed the stairs. The inspector took the letter from his pocket, and his companion grabbed it from his hands and read it at a glance, then lowered his arms wearily. How stupid can anyone be? That was all. And it was truly what he thought. It sprang from the depths of his soul, more tragic than any number of rolling phrases. Read it. Then he turned his anger on Maigret, who had not been quick enough to pick up the note which had fallen onto the floor. I was the one who attacked my father, and I have taken the law into my own hands. I say sorry to everyone. Mother must not be sad, Jean. For the second time, Ducrow was overcome by a fit of laughter which left him gasping. Can you imagine? He had not protested when the doctor had put the sheet back over the body and was not sure whether he should stay there, go downstairs, stand, or walk about. It's not true, he said once again. Eventually, he laid a large hand on Maigret's shoulder, a heavy, weary hand. I am thirsty. His cheeks were almost purple. His forehead glistened with sweat, and his hair was stuck to his temples. And the undeniable smell of ether, which had been used on a woman who had fainted, filled that attic room. Chapter 5. You know, when a man confesses a secret that he has kept hidden all his life under the mud of fame, it is not because he wants you to investigate for him. It's a trap, a confession in disguise. And you, for whatever reason, professional instinct, curiosity, or simply stupid pity, you decide to step in. Early morning, misty, the water was dark, reflecting the broken yellow lights from the quay. Ducrow was still Ducrow, standing like a block of concrete in the middle of the dock, a pipe between his thick lips, his eyes scanning from ship to ship like an invisible emperor. You don't tell him, You've been up all night thinking about Aline, about the glazed eyes, about the baby suckling like nothing was wrong in the world, about Cassine, the drunk sitting alone in the bar, smoking a cigarette, staring at a blood stain long since washed away. You don't have to say it. Ducrow knows. His eyes, like a dull knife, gradually cut into your heart as he patted your shoulder. Light but heavy as a stone. What do you think of her? Maigret, that girl?
You do not answer. You just walk with him in silence. Your feet step on the stone floor. Amid the sound of trickling water and the distant sound of an engine echoing like the heart of a dead man who has not yet rested.
Ducrow continued, this time in a voice like that of a dreamer. Fuck. I never thought I'd sleep with her. But Gasson was away, I was drunk, and she always in tears. One night, just one night. And then she died without saying anything, without asking, just leaving it. I gave Aline to Gassin, lied, said she was a cousin's orphan. Gassin believed her and loved her more than anyone, maybe more than himself. They say is, you hear, but you don't respond. You're not a pastor. You're not a witness. You're the one he chose to know just to see what you do with that piece of truth. I didn't stab anyone, Maigret. I didn't kill myself. But I have enemies. Lots of them. Each for his own reasons. But whoever would dare to do it, it could only be someone who knows me well. You stop. The wind blows up from the river. Cold. A chill that comes not from the air, but from within you. From a fear that this is not a murder. It is a chain reaction. A reaction that began 16 years ago, when a man committed a crime that went unpunished. You leave Ducrow. No word. No more. A headache begins to throb in the back of your head, where doubt settles like a malignant tumor. You go to Gasson's house. There was no one on deck. The door was ajar. Inside, Aline was boiling water. Her eyes were red, but there was no trace of tears. Where is your father, you asked? Gone, she replied, like a talking puppet. Where to go? I don't know. He left after smashing the remaining bottles. You look around. The room is the same as before, but something is wrong now. Not the baby, he's still sleeping soundly in his crib, but the air. Something is gone. Faith, peace, reality. Did you know? Ducrow is your biological father. For the first time, Aline looked you straight in the eye. I know. Or just 2 words. You took a half step back. Not from surprise, but from the chill that his words sent down your spine. She knew. Since when? Who said it? Her foster father Ducrow himself? Or was it the instinct of a child raised on lies? Who told you? No need to tell me. I saw it. Long ago. You understand. There are truths that don't need words. They're in the eyes, in the voice, in the way a man looks at a girl who isn't his,
but looks so much like him.
Do you think he deserved to be stabbed? Aline didn't answer. But her eyes, that empty gaze, said so much. Not hate, not love, but absolute emptiness, like someone watching an execution from a balcony and feeling nothing.
You return to the office just after noon. On your desk is the coroner's report. The stab wound was to the left, deep, but not fatal. Blood on the deck, alcohol residue in Gassine's system, time, details.
But it's all just the surface. You know, this stabbing was a warning, not a murder. It was a message. I know who you are. I know what you did. And you will not be left alone. The question is no longer who stabbed, but who had enough reason to strike that knife. The answer may not be in the file, but in the hearts of those who live along this canal, where sins do not flow with the water, but remain still, layer by layer, like mud. Chapter 6. You don't want to see Rose, but you knock on the second floor door in the late afternoon. A day is dying, a pale light creeping across the whitewashed wall like an unheard confession. The door opened as if it had been waiting for you all morning. She was wearing a gray nightgown, the sleeves rolled up to her elbows. Her hair was disheveled, and the smell of cigarettes and cheap makeup mingled with her. Inspector Maigret. She didn't wait for your nod. She turned, leaving the door open behind her, and walked inside as if you were the waiter delivering late coffee. You walk in. The room is small, low-ceilinged, with windows overlooking the river. On the table, a half-full glass of cognac, cigarette butts glimmering in an old crystal ashtray. Everything is soft, dark, and somehow someone has been crying or lying. He sent you to follow me.
You don't answer. You just stand there, looking at the glass of wine, at the pile of open newspapers, at the black dress draped over the back of a chair. In this room, everything seems as it once was, once loved, once new, once important.
I am not his wife, but I am not an object either, she said, looking out the window. I am not here to judge. Good. She sat down on the chair. The collar of her nightgown was a little low, whether intentionally or not. You couldn't tell, but her eyes were no longer dreamy. They were sharp as needles. Did you see him that night? You say, Emile, yes. 10 minutes to 10. He came up here, drunk as usual. What are you two talking about? She smiled, not with her lips, but with her eyelids. Half defiant, half tired. We don't talk.
You don't ask anymore. There's no need. In this room, every word is at least 3 years behind reality.
He left something behind, she added, her voice suddenly low, as if afraid she might hear it herself. What?
She bent down to the drawer, pulled out a handkerchief. There was blood on it, dark red, dried.
When he left, he hugged me. I felt wet. At that moment, I thought it was spilled wine. But then you look at the cloth. The smell of iron and alcohol still lingers. You put it in the envelope, saying nothing. Rose takes out a cigarette.
"Do you think I had a reason to stab him?" she asked, as if it were a game.
You don't answer, because the answer doesn't matter. What matters is, does she dare? You think I slept with him for money? You remain silent. This question does not need an answer. In this world, people do not sleep with anyone for love anymore.
"Wrong," she said, her voice cracking. "I slept with him because I was afraid I would have no one left to hate." That sentence makes you shiver.
You stand up. There is no reason to stay. But as your hand touches the doorknob, she adds, "Jean has been here too." You turn back. The wind outside makes the curtains flutter. When,
A week ago, he came in the rain, sat for an hour, didn't say anything, just drank, then cried, then left.
you look at Rose, and for a moment, you don't see a mistress. You see a witness. A window into what everyone else has tried to avoid.
You leave the second floor when it is dark. The lights from the stone crusher line the sky like thin blood. Down in the street, Aline is pushing a stroller, her arms covering the baby's head, as if afraid even the wind will hurt it.
Gasson is nowhere to be found.
The bar is closed, the lights on the deck are off, and a smell not river water sticks to your nose.
An intuition, an unease.
You duck down to the stone steps below. Gentle waves lap against the hull,
And you know,
before I get to the bottom of it, another person will disappear.
Chapter 7. You sit on the stone steps, facing the canal, which is getting darker with the night. It's not cold, but you shiver. Maybe it's not the weather. It's the silence. An unnatural silence. Like after a gunshot that no one heard. The Golden Fleece. His deck was still dark. There was no one in sight. The oil lamps inside were unlit. The door, which had been ajar that morning, was securely bolted. You tap.
No answer. You knock a second time. This time harder. Silence is still the answer.
You bend down and look through the tiny pane of glass in the wooden door. You see nothing but darkness, as thick as damp ash. You try the door, it's locked. In the world of those who live on water, it's not unusual for a boat to be locked at night. But the strange thing is no one's inside. Where is Aline? And more importantly, where is Gasson? You descend the stone stairs. Slowly, your shoes crunching on the wet sand. A woman wringing her clothes by the boat next to you. Her hands calloused by the cold water. Glances at you and then bends down again. Did you see anyone on the Golden Fleece? You asked. your voice as light as mist.
The woman shook her head, water running from her short hair down her collar.
No, no one was there all afternoon. She was there in the morning, but after lunch, no one.
You look at your watch. It's almost 9 o'clock. If Aline has been gone since the afternoon, then she's been gone for at least 6 hours. 6 hours long enough for a boat to leave, or a body to float past the border of lock number 1.
You return to the bar across the street. The lights are still on, but there are no customers.
Fernand is wiping down glasses.
Irma sits behind the counter knitting, her eyes unfocused. Is Mr. Gasson coming by, you asked?
Fernand looked up, nodded.
Around noon. Have one drink. Don't get drunk. Don't say anything. Then leave. Alone? Yeah, no girl. Nothing. Not like usual. You sit down at the bar and order a stiff drink. Sometimes, in an investigation, you need to take a step back, not to rest, but to hear what the silence has to say. Fernand poured wine, then sighed softly. He looks like he's about to go somewhere far away. You look at him. No need to ask. The sentence is enough to conjure up an image. A man wrapped in silence, leaving his old place, not intending to return. The ship is still there, but no one is on deck. You say. Fernand took out a handkerchief to dry his hands. It took a while. Someone said he was seen this afternoon, walking towards Charenton Bridge, alone. No bag, no hat. You nod slightly. Charenton. One direction out of town. One direction into oblivion. You stand up, leave the cafe, and walk back to the canal. The mist is starting to settle. The lights of the distant train flicker like tired eyes. You walk along the embankment, toward the bridge, underfoot, the sound of stones crunching. In the distance, the light from the stone crusher still pours down like blood. And then you see, not human, not the body, just a baseball cap. Black, soft, wet with dew, blown askew by the wind, lying on the rocks, close to the water's edge. You pick it up. Inside the hat, there are 2 embroidered words. Gigi Gaston Gasson.
You don't call the police. You don't call for reinforcements. You don't create a scene. Because you know, in a world like this, disappearances are never random.
If Gasson is alive, he is in hiding. If he is dead, then someone has decided that silence is the only way to keep the secret. You took your hat and turned back to the Golden Fleece. In the dim light, you tapped the hull. This time, not because you wanted Aline to answer, but because you wanted to let the ship know someone knew.
The truth is sinking.
And you, with wet hat in hand, will be the one to swim down before it hits the bottom.
Chapter 8.
The night doesn't last as long as you think. When you get back to headquarters in the early morning, it's still dark, but the mist has thinned.
Everything inside you feels heavier. You sit at your desk, staring at Gasson's hat lying on the file. A lonely shadow. You don't know what caused it to fall there. Accident willful. A mark placed on purpose. But you know one thing for sure. Gasson is not the type to leave without a word. If he disappears, the only person he won't leave behind is Aline. And yet Aline was gone. 9 a.m. You return to Loch Number 1 with 2 crew members. No noise. No sirens. Just you. Your thick coat. Your eyes squinting in the early morning sun. And the feeling that something inside the ship is waiting for you to discover it. You climb onto the deck of the Golden Fleece. The door is still locked, but it's not hard to open with a special tool. The ship is unchanged, at least on the surface. But you don't care about the top side. You go down into the hold, the old storage room, the dark room, the place where people who live on water keep things that should not be exposed to the light. After 15 minutes, you find it, a small wooden box, locked with an iron lock but unlocked. Inside an old notebook, discolored pages, peeling cover, and inside the book was a diary. Not Gassine's, someone else's. The handwriting was crooked, younger, a little awkward, but full of bitterness. A passage was copied down immediately by a friend. I knew he was my father. No one had to tell me. I saw the disgust in his eyes every time I walked into a room. His disgust for me was something he did not choose. I had no right to be born, and he wanted me gone as if I had never existed. I thought about it many times. Stab, a fake slip, a push off the pier. No one suspected, but I didn't do it. I didn't have the courage. Until I found out he tried to remove me from my mother's womb, too. No name, no date. But you don't need to. The handwriting isn't Aline's. It isn't Gassine's. It can't be Rose's. Only one name remains, Jean Ducroix. You sit on the steps of the pier, notebook in hand, watching the rippling water reflect the gray light of Paris. The wind blows gently. A seagull glides by. The ripple of its wings, a sigh of the past. Jean, the sick, quiet, obedient child who always disappeared during family dinners, who sat silently for hours in the study. Someone no one suspects except you. Right now, 10:30. You return to the 6-story building. Knock on Jean's door. No one answered. You try turning the handle. It doesn't lock. The room is empty. No suitcases. No clothes. Just the smell of old paper, ink, and the emptiness of a post-war library. You look at the desk. There is a small piece of paper left on it.
Runny handwriting. People can't choose where they were born, but they can choose where they die. You turned and walked out quickly, notebook clutched in your hand. Gasson was gone. Aline was gone. Now it was John's turn. A piece of the puzzle falls onto each page of your investigation like a black stone in a puddle. No more doubt. Someone is trying to end it all before the truth is told. Chapter 9. You find Jean in the most unlikely of places, a used bookstore in the 5th arrondissement. Wedged between two laundromats and an Asian barber shop. He's standing in front of a shelf of philosophy books, his hands shaking slightly, his eyes glazed over as if he's both disoriented and on the verge of madness. You don't hide. You don't run. You don't ask why you came. Just looked at you, his gaze lingering longer than comfortable. Then he nodded slightly. I knew you would come. You don't need to say anything. You just gesture with your head, and the two of you walk out of the bookstore together, like two men walking out of a funeral, neither of you needing to say who died. In the office, it was dark. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, the pale blue light making Jean's face look paler. You set the diary on the table between you. He looked at it for a long moment, not touching it, not avoiding it. There's no name on it, you say, but I recognize your handwriting. Jean nodded, as if admitting it was the easiest thing in the world. I don't write for anyone to read. His voice was small, but clear. I write so I don't die inside before it's all over. You sit still for the first time in your life as an inspector. You find yourself not wanting to interrupt anyone. I didn't stab him. I didn't have the courage, Jean said, looking straight at him. But I thought about it. Hundreds of times, maybe thousands. Every night I lay listening to him, yelling at my mother, listening to him laughing with that woman on the second floor. I wanted him gone. I wanted him to bleed. You nod. No judgment. In this heavy room, only the truth is allowed to exist. What about Gasson? Jean closed his eyes. You saw no fear, just the weariness of someone who had carried too much weight before he was old enough to understand hatred. I knew about Aline. Since I was a child, I am not as stupid as he thinks. I know Aline is his flesh and blood. I am not. So you hate her? No, I love her. The confession drops like a pebble into a still pond. You wait for the ripples to spread. There are none. Just a silence thicker than before. She didn't know that, Jean added hoarsely. And now? She probably never will. You lean over. Where is Gasson? Jean was silent for a long moment, then pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, folded it in four. You unfolded it. Hand-drawn map. marking an abandoned watchtower near Charenton Bridge. An arrow, a name in small print, GG. You don't wait any longer. It's dark when you reach the watchtower. The wind from the water whips at your collar. The door to the rickety hut is ajar. You step inside, your flashlight sweeping around. A body curled up at the corner. Not dead, but almost. Gasson bearded, bloodshot eyes, bloody bandages on his hands, and the smell of cheap alcohol mixed with the musty smell of wood. Beside him was a knife, an old knife, with a dull silver handle, engraved with designs. You kneel down. Did you stab him, you asked, without beating around the bush? Gasson did not speak, but he did not need to. He nodded, one time only.
Then cry.
Chapter 10. You take Gasson to headquarters. No handcuffs, no escort. He follows you like a man who has gone too far to turn back.
On the way, he did not say a word. His eyes were red, no longer from the alcohol, but from something deeper, a cut in his soul that had never healed since Aline had first called him father.
You don't hate him. You just look at him like you would a broken statue, beautiful in its brokenness, in its ability to stand still.
Ducrow waits for you in his office. Red leather chair, pipe on the desk, voice still as thick as fresh cement. But something has changed.
I heard you found the old man. You nod. He stabbed him.
Ducrow sniffed, as if bitten by a mosquito.
He only dares when my back is turned. Just like this whole world. You pull the knife from your pocket and place it gently on the table. The silver hilt glints in the light. Ducrow looks at it. His eyes narrow slightly, not in surprise, but in recognition. Mine, he said softly. I gave it to Gassin a long time ago, when she was just learning to walk. A layer of silence clings to the walls, like the smell of old smoke. You don't need to ask further. Why don't you sue, you ask?
Ducrow leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes. Suddenly, he looked as if he were about to fall asleep forever.
Because if I sue, I have to admit that I deserve to be killed.
You don't answer. For the first time, real words come out of someone's mouth, like blood from a closed wound. You stand up, slowly, and put the knife back in the envelope.
Jean knows the truth. It always knows. Aline knows too. She should never have known.
Ducrow opened his eyes and looked at you. A look that no longer held power, no longer held contempt, only fear.
I'm lost. Maigret, but I'm still alive. You leave without saying goodbye. The office door closes behind you like a coffin lid, slowly lowering. 2 days later, Gasson was released. No charges were filed. Ducrow refused to cooperate. The news release simply said, "No charges were filed in the attack at lock number 1. Police have ruled the incident an accident." Jean returned to Chartres, silently, leaving no trace. Aline still lives on the Golden Fleece. One day, you pass by and see her mopping the deck. The baby is in the cradle, crying softly. She doesn't look at you. You don't call. The two of you accept that sometimes the bearers of the truth will remain ghosts. You go back to headquarters. It's raining. On your desk, you find a small package, unmarked. Inside is a charcoal drawing, a picture of a ship, a man standing at its prow, looking out at the horizon. At the bottom, there are 3 words. Gigi, thanks.
You don't laugh. You just put the drawing on the wall, right under the case map.
Because not all justice requires judgment.
There is justice paid for in blood, brokenness, and silence.
Chapter 11. The susurration of rain heard through the open window evoked the gentle sound of plants being watered. The smell of damp earth floated into the dining room on every movement of the air. From a distance, for Lucas, for example, the spectacle of so many people frozen in the brightness of the room as if they were figures in an old master must have been alarming. Ducroix was the first to recover. "Well now," he sighed, "there you have it." The words meant nothing, but they were a release. They stirred things. They broke the general stagnation. He looked around him with the astonishment of a man who had been expecting that something must have changed, but nothing had changed. They were all in their places, motionless and grim, to the point where Ducroux's footsteps, as he walked to the door, sounded like thunder. "Mélie, the silly bitch, has gone," he growled when he came back. He turned to his wife. "Jean, you'd better go and make the coffee." She left the room, and the kitchen couldn't have been far, because almost at once came the sound of the grinder, and Bertha got up and started to clear the table. "So there you have it," repeated Ducroix, directing the remark mainly at Maigret. The way he looked round the room now gave a meaning to the words. "The show's over. We're all friends again. The coffee is being ground. There's a rattle of cups and saucers." He was limp now, drained and despondent, like a man who does not know what to do next. He picked up the dynamite from the mantelpiece where Maigret had left it and looked at the maker's name. He turned to Gassin. "It's from one of my sites. Isn't it? Maybe the quarry at Venteuil." The old man nodded a yes. Ducroix looked thoughtfully at the dynamite and explained, "We always used to keep some on board. Remember? We used to explode the stuff in places where there were lots of fish." He put it back where it had been. He did not want to sit, but he didn't want to remain on his feet either. Perhaps he wanted to talk, but he had no clear idea of what to say. "Gassin, do you understand what I'm saying?" He sighed eventually, approaching to within a meter of the boatman. Gassin looked at him beadily with his small, dead eyes. "Or rather, you don't understand. But it's no odds to me. Look at them."
He gestured towards his wife and daughter, who, like black ants, were pouring coffee. The door had stayed open, and the hiss of the gas stove was audible. It was a large house, grand even, but it seemed as if the family had cut it down to their size. It's always been the same. I've been dragging them around by the arm for years and years. Then, just for a break, I go to the office and I take it out on the morons. Then, no thanks, no sugar. It was the first time he had spoken to his daughter without giving her the rough side of his tongue. And she looked up at him in surprise. Her eyes were puffy, and her cheeks mottled with red. "You're a good-looking girl, really, you know. Gassin'. All women get like that from time to time. That's God's truth. Stay calm. We're all friends here. I'm very fond of you. Everybody should be able once and for all to, perhaps out of habit, Madame Ducrot had picked up her knitting and, seated in a corner, was plying her long steel needles. Descharmes was stirring his cup with a spoon. Do you know the thing that's bothered me most in life? The fact that I slept with your wife first. It was a stupid thing to do. I don't even know why I did it. And then, things were never the same with you afterwards. From my window, I used to watch you on the boat, and her, and the kid. The truth is that your wife herself never knew whose she was. Maybe she was mine. Maybe she was yours." Bertha gave a heavy sigh. He gave her a baleful look. It was none of her business. He was not worried about either her or his wife. Do you understand, old friend? Oh, say something. He walked round and round Gassin, not daring to look at him directly and leaving lengthy pauses between sentences. But all in all, of us two, you were the happy one. Despite the chill of night, he felt hot. Shall I give you the dynamite back? I don't care if I get blown up, but somebody's got to stay with the kid on the barge. His eye fell on Descharmes, who was smoking a cigarette, and all the contempt a man can feel darkened his eyes as he spat. Do you find this interesting? And then, since his son-in-law could find nothing to say, you can stay. You are no more in my way than that coffee pot. And that's laying aside the fact that you are incapable of malice of any sort. He had grabbed a chair by the back and finally dared set it down in front of Gassin, sit on it, and pat him on the knee. Well now, don't you think we're all just about at the same point? Tell me, Inspector, what do you think I'll get for Baber? They were discussing the topic in the much same way that, after dinner, as a family, they might have been discussing their forthcoming holidays, all against a rhythmic accompaniment of clicking knitting needles. You might get away with 2 years. Maybe a jury would make it a suspended sentence. His wife raised her head, but did not go so far as to look straight at him. And when it's over, Gasson, I'll get myself some old tin tub, the smallest tug I can find, like Eagle Eye, and, his throat suddenly tightening, he added, talk to me, for God's sake. Haven't you got it yet? Nothing matters any more. What do you want me to say? The old man did not know either. He was in a daze. There is nothing more disconcerting than a situation left hanging.
He was so bewildered that he suddenly reverted to his old self-effacing ways and remained seated, like a poverty-stricken visitor, not daring to move. Ducrow shook him by the shoulders. You see, maybe we can still do things together. Tomorrow you'll go off on the Golden Fleece. Then, one fine day, just when you're least expecting it, you'll hear someone shouting your name from a tub. It'll be me, in dungarees. The other men won't understand what's going on. People will say, I've lost money, gone bust. Not so. The truth is that I'm tired of dragging this lot around with me. He could not resist glancing defiantly at Maigret. You know, I can still deny everything, and it's more than likely that you won't be able to produce evidence that will stand up. It's only what I thought of doing. Oh, if you only knew what I've thought of doing when I was at home, convalescing, with the police busying around. I swore to myself that I'd take advantage of it and make life hard for all concerned, without intending to. He turned for a moment towards his daughter and son-in-law. It was such an opportunity. He ran his hand over his face. Gasson, he cried, changing tack, his eyes sparkling with malevolence. And when the old man looked up at him, he went on, Is that everything? Or do you still have it in for me, you know? If you want my wife in place of... He felt like crying, but he couldn't. But equally, he wanted to embrace his friend. He crossed to the window and closed it, drawing the curtains like any decent, law-abiding citizen. Listen, everybody, it's now 11 o'clock. I suggest we all sleep here.
and tomorrow we'll all leave together. The proposal was directed mainly at Maigret, as was what followed. There's nothing to be afraid of. I have no intention of running off. The very opposite. Anyway, there's a police inspector on the premises, Jean. Make us all a glass of grog before we go to bed. She obeyed like some skivvy, abandoning her knitting needles. Ducrow walked to the courtyard door and called into the damp night air. "Officer, come inside. Your boss is asking for you." Lucas was wet, bewildered, and worried. "You can start by having a nightcap with us." And so, at the end of the evening, they were all sitting around the table, each holding a steaming glass. When Ducrow held out his to clink with Gassin, the old man did not react and drank noisily. "Are there enough sheets on the beds?" "I don't think so," said Bertha. "Go and see to it, then." A little later, he confided to Maigret, "I'm so tired I could drop. Yet in spite of everything, I'm feeling better." The women trotted from room to room, making beds, finding nightclothes for everyone. Maigret, who had put the stick of dynamite in his pocket, turned to Ducrow. "Give me your revolver," he said, "and your word that there isn't another one in the house." There isn't. But the atmosphere was no longer tense. It was more like the mood in a bereaved house after the burial, and the general feeling was one of lassitude. Again, Ducrow approached Maigret, this time to tell him, with a gesture which included the entire household, "See, even on a night like this, they can still manage to do something sordid." His cheeks were redder than usual. He was probably feverish. He went upstairs first to show the way. Unexceptional bedrooms furnished like rooms in a hotel led off both sides of a corridor. Ducrow indicated the first room. "This is mine. Believe it or not, I've never been able to sleep without my wife." His wife had heard. She was looking in a cupboard for a pair of slippers for Maigret. Her husband gave her a pat, saying, "Never mind, old girl. Come along. I think I'll be able to find a small corner for you on that old tin tub." The breaking day found Maigret propped on his elbows, looking out of his window, fully dressed, with a blanket draped over his shoulders, for it had been a wet night. The gravel of the courtyard was still damp, and even though it had stopped raining, large, bloated drops of water were still falling from the cornice and the trees. The Seine was gray. A tug towing 4 barges was waiting at the lock. In the far distance, in the middle of a loop of the river, another convoy of boats could be seen advancing between 2 lines of dark trees. The surface of the water grew lighter. Maigret shrugged off the blanket and straightened his clothes. Nothing had happened. He had heard nothing. Just to be on the safe side, he opened the door and found Lucas standing in the corridor outside. "You can come in." Lucas, pale with fatigue, took a drink from the water jug, stood in front of the window, and stretched. "Nothing," he said. No one stirred. The young couple were last to go to sleep. They were still talking in whispers at 1 in the morning. They saw the chauffeur, who did not live in, arrive on his bicycle. "I'd give anything for a cup of steaming hot coffee," sighed Lucas. Go and make some. It was as though his wish had been anticipated. There was a shuffling sound from the corridor. Madame Ducrot, in a dressing gown with an Indian scarf around her head, was padding quietly along the corridor. Up already, she said in surprise. I'll go down this minute and make the breakfast. The tension had not affected her in any lasting way. She looked the same as she must always have looked, glum and pinched. Better stay in the corridor. Maigret washed his face in cold water to wake himself up, and soon. Turning round, he saw that the river had changed color, and that the tug and the barges had passed through the lock. There was a pink glow in the sky, and birds were singing. An engine throbbed. It was the car, which the chauffeur was driving out of the garage, but it was not yet fully day. The cold of night remained in their bones, and the sun had not brought life to the landscape. Chief, here he is. It was Ducrot, who emerged from his room and entered Maigret's, braces hanging down, hair uncombed, and his shirt open over his hairy chest. Need anything? Want me to lend you a razor? He too looked out at the Seine, but through different eyes. He said, "Ah, they've made a start with the sand." Downstairs, there was again the sound of the coffee grinder. Tell me, for going to prison, what am I allowed to take with me? He was not joking. He was simply asking, if you like, we could leave immediately after breakfast. We could drop Gesson off on his boat, and that might give me a chance to get a glimpse of Aline. Not fully dressed, he looked enormous, like a bear, especially with his trousers concertinaed around his legs. There's one other thing I must ask you. You know what I said last night about my money. I can technically do it, and it would drive my daughter and her husband wild. But, given the circumstances, it was all over. He was fully awake with, as happens after a serious bout of drinking, a bitter taste in his mouth and a clear head. Either way, you'll make your competitors' day for them, said Maigret. That sufficed. The solid look of the boss, the chief, returned to Ducrot's eyes. Can you advise me about a good lawyer? The tug was blowing its hooter to signal it was approaching the next lock and, by the same token, specified the number of barges it was towing. They did not hear Madame Ducrot coming in her felt slippers. The coffee's ready, she said meekly. You don't mind if I come down just as I am. It's an old habit. Let's go and rouse Gesson. His was the room next door. Ducrot knocked on the door. Gesson, hello, Gesson. He was already filled with foreboding. His hand reached for the knob of the door. He turned it, took one step inside, and turned to Maigret. There was no one in the room. The bed had not been slept in, and the nightshirt provided by Madame Ducrot still lay, arms wide spread, on the counterpane. Gesson. The window was not open, and Maigret couldn't help giving Lucas a suspicious look. But Ducrow had seen something. A dangling length of curtain cord, cool and collected. He stepped forwards and drew back the fabric. A body, dark and elongated, was hanging against the wall. The cord was not very strong, for at the first touch it snapped, and the old man collapsed onto the floor, a heavy mass, like a statue, so that it seemed that he might shatter. The smell of stale pipe smoke still lingered in the dining room, where the dirty glasses and ashtrays had not been cleared away. The tablecloth was stained from the night before. The car was waiting just outside the window, which had just been opened.
Nothing had been said to Madame Ducrow. The young couple, who could be heard moving about upstairs, had yet to come down. Ducrow was eating with his elbows on the table. It was amazing how much he ate for breakfast, grimly, as if stalked by the most voracious hunger. He didn't speak. His jaws made a noise. He made even more as he slurped his café au lait. Fetch down my jacket and my collar and tie. Aren't you going to get dressed in your room? Just do as you're told. He was looking straight in front of him. He ate quickly. When he finally stood to put on the jacket which his wife was holding for him, he was breathing hard. I've packed a case for you. Later. Aren't you going to wait until Bertha? She pointed to the ceiling, but he did not even bother to respond. What about Gussin? Inspector Lucas is taking care of that, broke in Maigret. Lucas had already phoned both the local police and the public prosecutor's office. Then Ducrow and Maigret left with indecent haste. Ducrow kissed his wife on the forehead, probably without being aware of what he was doing. Did you mean it, Emile? Are we to go back to the old tin tub? Yes, yes, sure we are. He was in a hurry. It was as if something was drawing him on. He settled himself heavily into the back of his car. And it was Maigret who said to the driver, Charenton. They did not turn and look back. What was the point? They'd gone several kilometers through the forest of Fontainebleau when Ducrow gripped Maigret's arm and said, It's perfectly true. I don't even know why I slept with his wife. And, without pausing, he said to the chauffeur, Can't you go any faster? His beard had grown. He had not washed, and his face looked dirty. He felt vainly for his pipe, which he had forgotten,
until the chauffeur finally handed him cigarettes in a blue packet. You may or may not believe this, but I've rarely been as happy as I was last night. It's hard to explain. Do you know what my old lady did when we were in bed? She snuggled up to me and cried and said I was a good man. His voice sounded congested, as if a whole host of words were clogging his throat. Faster! Damn you! He urged, leaning over the chauffeur's shoulder. They sped through Corbeil, Juvisy, Villejuif, and weaved through all the cars belonging to the owners of villas who returned to Paris every Monday morning. There was as much sun as the previous evening. The rain had merely served to green up the fields and the trees. They stopped at a petrol station, where 8 red pumps were lined up in the sunshine. The chauffeur turned to his employer. Do you have 100 francs? Ducrot just handed him his wallet. At last, they drove into Paris, down Avenue d'Orléans, along the Seine. The windows of the company's offices were being cleaned when they got to Quai des Célestins. Ducrot leaned against the car door. When they reached a small bar, he stopped the car. Is it all right if I buy a pipe and some tobacco? Inside, all he could get was a cherrywood pipe costing 2 francs. He filled it slowly as the keys slipped by. They passed the stockpiled barrels at Bercy. Slow down. They sensed rather than saw the lock, above which reared an empty barge which had been raised to the top in the chamber. The stone crusher was already working. Washing had been hung out to dry on the boats moored at the quayside. In the bar, men in sailors' caps recognized the boss and crowded round the window. I think it would be best, began Ducrot, but he overcame a moment of weakness and walked down the stone steps. He did not spare a glance for his house, nor for the open window, through which the maid was visible. He stepped onto the Golden Fleece's flimsy gangplank. People on the other barges waved to him. He bent over the hatch at the same moment as Maigret, and also at the same moment as him. He saw Aline, with one breast bared, holding a baby in her arms, sitting at a table spread with a cloth embroidered with roses. She cradled the child. She was looking straight in front of her, and whenever her breast escaped from the eager little mouth, she restored it with a practiced gesture. It was hot. The stove had been lit for some time. From a clothes hook hung a heavy jacket belonging to old Gassin, and his shoes, ready polished, had been placed under it. With a slow but firm movement of his arm, Maigret prevented Ducrot from going further, drew him to the tiller, and held out a letter which had been written on paper supplied by a bar. I'm writing to let you know that I am well, and I hope that this finds you likewise. Ducrot did not understand. Then slowly it came back to him, the inn, the village in the Haute Marne, and Gassin's sister, whom he had known once upon a time.
She'll be well looked after there, said Maigret. The sun was growing warmer. A passing boatman shouted, "The albatross has broken down at Mo." He meant it for Ducrow, and was very surprised not to get a reply. Shall we go? All around people were staring at them. One of them even came up to them on the quayside and touched his cap. Got a minute, boss? It's about the stone that's to be unloaded later. Thing is, damn it, Hubert, leave me alone. The brightly colored livery of a tram unwound over the gray cobbles. The stone crushers seemed to be pulverizing the whole district, and a fine white dust settled over everything. The car had turned round. Ducrow was looking back through the small rear window. It's wonderful, he sighed. What is— oh, nothing. Was it that Maigret really did not understand? Now it was he who wanted the chauffeur to go faster. It felt to him that every minute which ticked by was a danger. Ducrow was sweating profusely. At one point, just as they were overtaking a tram, his hand gripped the handle of the door. But no, he behaved himself. Then they were driving over the Pont Neuf. The driver turned and asked, "Want to stop at the tobacconist's for the Henri Four bar?" Come Tobacconist's was still there, red and blue, opposite the equestrian statue. "Pull up here," said Maigret. "Then drive back to Samois and wait." Walking was better. They had only 100 meters to go. Still along the bank of the Seine. As they walked, Ducrow was on the parapet side. "So you can leave for your new place as of now," he said abruptly. "You'll be gaining 2 days. I don't know yet. Pretty country down that way, is it? It's quiet. Just 20 meters more. One road to cross, and they'd be at the somber buildings of the Palais de Justice. Outside the main entrance of the police station, with the gate on the right-hand side." For the second time, Ducrow's hand gripped the inspector's arm, and, as they crossed the road, he gasped, "I can't do it." He was talking about the Seine, the tram, the cord, anything that could prevent reaching the curb. He turned round. The officer on sentry duty had saluted Maigret. The gate was already opening. "I can't," Ducrow said again, as he stepped into the echoing entrance hall, while a nib was already being dipped into a bottle of the purple ink used to write down his name and surname in the station register. A tug, traveling downstream, sounded its hooter twice, the signal that it was taking the second arch, while a Belgian barge, going upstream, moved across the current and headed for the third. Maigret struggled to open his eyes, frowning, as if distrustful of the voice that had just shouted at him, dragging him out of a deep sleep. "Uncle!" His eyes still closed, he sighed, groped at the sheet, and realized that this was no dream, that something was the matter, because his hand had not encountered Madame Maigret's warm body where it should have been. Finally he opened his eyes. It was a clear night. Madame Maigret, standing by the leaded window, was pulling back the curtain while downstairs someone was banging on the door, and the noise reverberated throughout the house. "Uncle, it's me." Madame Maigret was still looking out. Her hair wound in curling pins gave her a strange halo. "It's Philippe," she said, knowing full well that Maigret was awake and that he was turned towards her. "Waiting. Are you going to get up?" Maigret went downstairs first, barefoot in his felt slippers. He had hastily pulled on a pair of trousers and shrugged on his jacket as he descended the staircase. At the 8th stair, he had to duck to avoid hitting his head on the beam. He usually did so automatically, but this time he forgot and banged his forehead. He groaned and swore as he reached the freezing hall. He went into the kitchen, which was a little warmer. There were iron bars across the door. On the other side, Philippe was saying to someone, "I won't be long. We'll be in Paris before daylight." Madame Maigret could be heard padding around upstairs. Maigret pulled open the door, surly from the knock he had just given himself. "It's you," he muttered, seeing his nephew standing in the road. A huge moon floated above the leafless poplars, making the sky so light that the tiniest branches were silhouetted against it, while, beyond the bend, the Loire was a glittering swarm of silvery spangles. "East wind," thought Maigret mechanically, as would any local on seeing the surface of the river whipped up. It is one of those country habits, as is standing in the doorway without saying anything, looking at the intruder and waiting for him to speak. "I hope I haven't woken Aunt up. At least..." Philippe's face was frozen stiff. Behind him, the shape of a G7 taxi stood out incongruously against the white frosted landscape. "Are you leaving the driver outside? I need to talk to you right away. Come inside quickly, both of you," called Madame Maigret from the kitchen where she was lighting an oil lamp. She added to her nephew, "We haven't got electricity yet. The house has been wired, but we're waiting to be connected to the power supply." A light bulb was dangling from a flex. People notice little details like that for no reason. And when they are already on edge, it is the sort of thing that can irritate them. During the minutes that followed, Philippe's eyes kept returning to that bulb, which served no purpose other than to emphasize everything that was antiquated about this rustic house, or rather, everything that is precarious about modern comforts. Have you come from Paris? Maigret was leaning against the chimney breast, not properly awake yet. The presence of the taxi on the road made the question as redundant as the light bulb. But sometimes people speak for the sake of saying something. I am going to tell you everything, Uncle. I'm in big trouble. If you don't help me, if you don't come to Paris with me, I don't know what will become of me. Going out of my mind. I'm in such a state I even forgot to give my aunt a kiss. Madame Maigret stood there, having slipped a dressing gown over her nightdress. Philippe's lips brushed her cheek 3 times, performing the ritual like a child. Then he sat down at the table, clutching his head in his hands. Maigret filled his pipe as he watched him, while his wife stacked twigs in the fireplace. There was something strange in the air, something threatening. Since Maigret had retired, he had lost the habit of getting up in the middle of the night, and he couldn't help being reminded of nights spent beside a sick person or a dead body. I don't know how I could have been so stupid, Philippe suddenly sobbed. He poured out his tale of woe in a sudden rush, punctuated by hiccups. He looked about him like a person seeking to pin his agitation on something, while, in contrast to this outburst of emotion, Maigret turned up the wick of the oil lamp, and the first flames leapt up from the fireplace. First of all, you're going to drink something. The uncle took a bottle of brandy and 2 glasses from a cupboard that contained some leftover food and smelled of cold meat. Madame Maigret put on her clogs to go and fetch some logs from the woodshed. To your good health. Now, try to calm down. The smell of burning twigs mingled with that of the brandy. Philippe, dazed, watched his aunt loom silently out of the darkness, her arms filled with logs. He was short-sighted and, seen from a certain angle, his eyes looked enormous behind his spectacle lenses, giving him the appearance of a frightened child. It happened last night. I was supposed to be on a stakeout in Rue Fontaine. Just a moment, interrupted Maigret, sitting astride a straw-bottomed chair and lighting his pipe. Who are you working with? With Chief Inspector Amadou? Go on. Drawing gently on his pipe, Maigret narrowed his eyes and stared at the lime-plastered wall and the shelf with copper saucepans, caressing the images that were so familiar to him. Quai des Orfèvres. Amadou's office was the last one on the left at the end of the corridor. Amadou himself was a skinny, sad man who had been promoted to divisional chief when Maigret had retired. Does he still have a drooping mustache? Yes. Yesterday we had a summons for Pepito Palestrino, the owner of the Floria in Rue Fontaine. What number? 53, next to the optician. In my day, that was the Toreador, cocaine dealing. Cocaine initially, then something else too. The chief had heard rumors that Pepito was mixed up in the Barnabé job. The guy who was shot in Place Blanche a fortnight ago. You must have read about it in the papers. Make us some coffee, said Maigret to his wife, and, with the relieved sigh of a dog who finally settles down after chasing its tail, he leaned his elbows on the back of his chair and rested his chin on his folded hands. From time to time, Philippe removed his glasses to wipe the lenses, and, for a few moments, he appeared to be blind. He was a tall, plump, auburn-haired boy with baby pink skin. You know that we can no longer do as we please. In your day, no one would have batted an eyelid at arresting Pepito in the middle of the night. But now, we have to keep to the letter of the law. That's why the chief decided to carry out the arrest at 8 o'clock in the morning. In the meantime, it was my job to keep an eye on the fellow. He was getting bogged down in the dense quiet of the room. Then, with a start, he remembered his predicament and cast around helplessly for Maigret. The few words spoken by his nephew exuded the whiff of Paris. He could picture the Floria's neon sign, the doorman on the alert for cars arriving, and his nephew turning up in the neighborhood that night. Take off your overcoat, Philippe, interrupted Madame Maigret. You'll catch cold when you go outside. He was wearing a dinner jacket. It looked quite incongruous in the low-ceilinged kitchen, with its heavy beams and red-tiled floor. Have another drink. But in a fresh outburst of anger, Philippe jumped up,
wringing his hands violently enough to crush his bones. If only you knew, Uncle. He was on the verge of tears. His eyes stayed dry. His gaze fell on the electric light bulb again. He stamped his foot. I bet I'll be arrested later. Madame Maigret, who was pouring boiling water over the coffee, turned around, saucepan in hand. What on earth are you talking about? And Maigret, still puffing on his pipe, opened his nightshirt collar with its delicate red embroidery. So you were on a stakeout opposite the Floria. Not opposite. I went inside, said Philippe, still on his feet. At the back of the club, there's a little office where Pepito has set up a camp bed. That's where he usually sleeps after closing up the joint. A cart rumbled past on the road. The clock had stopped. Maigret glanced at his watch, hanging from a nail above the fireplace. The hands showed 4:30. In the cowsheds, milking had begun, and carts were trundling to Orleans market. The taxi was still waiting outside the house. I wanted to be clever, confessed Philippe. Last week, the chief yelled at me and told me. He turned red and trailed off, trying to fix his gaze on something. He told you. I can't remember. Well, I can. If it's Amadou, he probably came out with something along the lines of you're a maverick, young man, a maverick like your uncle. Philippe said neither yes nor no. Anyway, I wanted to be clever. He hastily went on. When the customers left, at around 1:30, I hid in the toilet. I thought that if Pepito had got wind of anything, he might try and get rid of the stuff. And do you know what happened? Maigret, more solemn now, slowly shook his head. Pepito was alone. Of that I'm certain. Suddenly, there was a gunshot. It took a few moments for it to dawn on me. Then it took me a few more moments to run into the bar. It looked bigger. At night, it was lit by a single light bulb. Pepito was lying between two rows of tables, and as he fell, he'd knocked over some chairs. He was dead. Maigret rose and poured himself another glassful of brandy, while his wife signaled to him not to drink too much. Is that all? Philippe was pacing up and down, and this young man, who generally had difficulty expressing himself, began to wax eloquent in a dry, bitter tone. No, that's not all. That's when I did something really stupid. I was scared. I couldn't think straight. The empty bar was sinister.
It felt as if it was shrouded in grayness. There were streamers strewn on the floor and over the tables. Pepito was lying in a strange position. On his side, his hand close to his wound, and he seemed to be looking at me. What can I say? I took out my revolver and I started talking. I yelled out some nonsense, and my voice scared me even more. There were shadowy corners everywhere, drapes, and I had the impression they were moving. I pulled myself together and went over to have a look. I flung open a door and yanked down a velvet curtain. I found the switch box and I wanted to turn on the lights. I pushed the switches at random, and that was even more frightening. A red projector lit the place up. Fans started humming in every corner. "Who's there?" I shouted again. He bit his lip. His aunt looked at him, as distressed as he was. He was her sister's son and had been born in Alsace. Maigret had wangled him a job at police headquarters. I'd feel happier knowing he was in the civil service, his mother had said, and now, he panted, "Please don't be angry with me, Uncle. I don't know myself how it happened. I can barely remember." In any case, I fired a shot because I thought I saw something move. I rushed forwards and then stopped. I thought I heard footsteps, whisperings, but there was nothing but emptiness. I would never have believed the place was so big and full of obstacles. In the end, I found myself in the office. There was a gun on the table. I grabbed it without thinking. The barrel was still warm. I took out the chamber and saw that there was one bullet missing. "Idiot," groaned Maigret between clenched teeth. The coffee was steaming, and Madame Maigret, sugar bowl in hand, stood there, not knowing what she was doing. I had completely lost my mind. I still thought I could hear a noise over by the door. I ran. It was only later that I realized I had a gun in each hand. "Where did you put the gun?" Maigret's tone was harsh. Philippe stared at the floor. All sorts of things were going through my mind. If it was a murder, people would think that since I'd been alone with Pepito. "Dear God," groaned Madame Maigret. "It only lasted for a few seconds. I put the gun near Pepito's hand to make it look like a suicide. Then Maigret rose to his feet and took up his favorite position in front of the fireplace.
his hands clasped behind his back. He was unshaven. He had put on a little weight since the days when he used to stand like that in front of his stove at Quai des Orfèvres. When you left, you ran into someone. Am I right? He knew it. Just as I was closing the door behind me, I bumped into a man who was walking past. I apologized. Our faces were almost touching. I don't even know whether after that I closed the door properly. I walked to Place Clichy. I took a taxi and gave the driver your address. Madame Maigret put the sugar bowl down on the beach table and slowly asked her husband, "Which suit are you wearing?" for half an hour. It was a mad rush. Maigret could be heard shaving and getting dressed in the bedroom. Madame Maigret cooked some eggs and questioned Philippe. "Have you heard from your mother?" "She's well. She was planning to come to Paris for Easter." The driver was invited in, but he refused to remove his heavy brown overcoat. Droplets of water trembled in his mustache. He sat down in a corner and stayed put. "My braces!" shouted Maigret from upstairs. "In the top drawer." Maigret came down wearing his coat with a velvet collar and his bowler hat. He pushed away the eggs waiting for him on the table and, defying his wife, drank a fourth glass of brandy. It was 5:30 when the door opened and the three men stepped outside and got into the taxi. It took a while for the engine to start. Madame Maigret stood shivering in the doorway, while the oil lamp made the reddish reflections dance on the little window panes. The sky was so light, it felt like daybreak. But this was February, and it was the night itself that was silver-colored. Each blade of grass was rimed with frost. The apple trees in the neighboring orchard were iced so white that they looked as fragile as spun glass. "See you in 2 or 3 days," yelled Maigret. Philippe, embarrassed, shouted, "Goodbye, Aunt." The driver slammed the car door again and crunched the gears for a moment. "Please forgive me, Uncle." "What for? What for?" Philippe didn't dare say. He was asking forgiveness because there was something dramatic about this departure. He recalled his uncle's silhouette earlier by the fireplace, with his nightshirt, his old clothes, his slippers, and now he barely dared look at him. It was indeed Maigret who was beside him, smoking his pipe, his velvet collar upturned, his hat perched on his head. But it wasn't an enthusiastic Maigret.
It wasn't even a Maigret who was sure of himself. Twice he turned round and watched his little house receding. "Did you say that Amadou will arrive at Rue Fontaine at 8?" he asked. "Yes, at 8 o'clock." They had time. The taxi was going quite fast. They drove through Orléans, where the first trams were setting out. Less than an hour later, they reached the market in Arpajon. "What do you think, Uncle?" It was drafty in the back of the car. The sky was clear. There was a golden glow in the east. How could Pepito have been killed? Sighed Felipe, who received no reply. They stopped after Arpajon to warm up in a cafe, and almost at once it was daylight, with a pale sun slowly rising where the fields met the horizon. There was no one but him and me in. "Be quiet," said Maigret wearily. His nephew huddled in his corner, with the look of a child caught misbehaving, not daring to take his eyes off the door. They entered Paris as the early morning bustle was beginning, past the Lion de Belfort, Boulevard Raspail, the Pont Neuf. The city looked as if it had been washed in clean water, so bright were the colors. A train of barges was gliding slowly up the Seine, and the tugboat whistled, puffing out clouds of immaculate steam to announce its flotilla. How many passers-by were there in Rue Fontaine when you came out? I only saw the man I ran into. Maigret sighed and emptied his pipe, tapping it against his heel. The driver pulled down the glass partition and inquired, "Where to?" They stopped for a moment at a hotel on the embankment to drop off Maigret's suitcase. Then they got back into the taxi and made their way to Rue Fontaine. It's not so much what happened at the Floria that worries me. It's the man who bumped into you. What are you thinking? I'm not thinking anything. He came out with this favorite expression from the past as he turned round to glimpse the outline, once so familiar, of the Palais de Justice. At one point, I thought of going to the big chief and telling him the whole story, muttered Felipe. Maigret did not answer, and, until they reached Rue Fontaine, he kept his gaze fixed on the view of the Seine as it flowed through a fine blue and gold mist. They pulled up 100 meters from number 53. Philippe turned up the collar of his overcoat to conceal his dinner jacket, but at the sight of his patent leather shoes,
People turned round to stare all the same. It was only 6:50. A window cleaner was washing the windows of the corner cafe, the Tabac Fontaine, which stayed open all night. People on their way to work stopped off for a quick cafe cream with a croissant. There was only a waiter serving since the owner did not get to bed before 5 or 6 in the morning and rose at midday. He was a swarthy young southern-looking fellow with black hair. There were cigar ends and cigarette butts lying on a table next to a slate used for keeping score for card games. Maigret bought a packet of shag and ordered a sandwich, while Philippe grew impatient. "What happened last night?" asked Maigret, his mouth full of bread and ham, and gathering up the change. The waiter answered bluntly, "People are saying the owner of the Floria was killed." "Palestrino? I don't know. I'm on the day shift, and during the day, we don't have anything to do with the nightclubs. They left." Philippe did not dare say anything. "You see," grumbled Maigret. Standing on the curb, he added, "That's the work of the man you bumped into. You realize, theoretically, no one should know anything before 8 o'clock. They walked towards the Floria, but they stopped 50 meters short. They spotted the peaked cap of a Paris police sergeant standing in front of the door. On the opposite pavement, a knot of people had gathered. "What shall I do?" "Your chief is bound to be at the scene. Go up to him and tell him." "What about you, uncle?" Maigret shrugged and went on. "Tell him the truth. Supposing he asks where I went next, tell him you came to fetch me." There was resignation in his voice. They had got off on the wrong foot, and that was all. It was a stupid business, and Maigret felt like gnashing his teeth. "I'm sorry, uncle. No emotional scenes in the street if they let you go free. Meet me in the Chope du Pont Neuf. If I'm not there, I'll leave you a note." They did not even shake hands. Philippe headed straight for the Floria. The sergeant did not know him and tried to bar him from entering. Philippe had to show his badge. Then he vanished inside. Maigret remained at a distance, his hands in his pockets. Like the other onlookers, he waited. He waited for almost half an hour, without the least idea of what was going on inside the club. Detective Chief Inspector Amadou came out first, followed by a short, nondescript man who looked like a waiter. And Maigret needed no explanations. He knew that this was the man who had bumped into Philippe. He could guess Amadou's question.
Was it right here that you bumped into him? The man nodded. Inspector Amadou beckoned Philippe, who was still inside. He came out, looking as nervous as a young musician, as if the entire street were aware of the suspicions that were about to engulf him. And was this the gentleman who was coming out at that moment? Amadou must have been saying, tugging his brown mustache. The man nodded again. There were 2 other police officers. The divisional chief glanced at his watch, and after a brief discussion, the man sauntered off and went into the tabac fontaine while the policeman went back inside the Floria. 15 minutes later, 2 cars arrived. It was the public prosecutor. I've got to go back to repeat my statement, the man from the Floria told the waiter at the tabac fontaine. Another white wine and Vichy. Quick. And discomfited by Maigret's insistent stare as he stood nearby drinking a beer, he lowered his voice and asked, "Who's that?"